eyes are forever seeing your form.
My 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 ears are forever hearing Saida.
My ears are forever hearing Saida.
My ears are forever hearing Saida.
Ears are forever hearing Saida.
My voice is forever singing your glories.
glory, Sai Natha.
With the music of your glory, Sai Natha.
With the music of your glory, Sai Natha.
Sai Natha, Sai Natha, Jaya Jaya He Sai Natha.
Sai Natha, Sai Natha, Jaya Jaya He Sai Natha.
Sai Natha, Sai Natha, Jaya Jaya He Sai Natha.
Sai Natha, Sai Natha, Jaya Jaya He Sai Natha.
My heart shall forever sing your make my heart your prashanti.
Make my heart your presence.
Fill my life with love, peace and joy.
Fill my life with the peace and joy.
With the music of your glory, Sai Natha.
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 Sai Natha, Sai Natha, Jaya Jaya He Sai Natha.
Sai Natha, Sai Natha, Jaya Jaya He Sai Natha.
Sai Natha, Sai Natha, Jaya Jaya He Sai Natha.
Sai Natha, Sai Natha, Jaya Jaya He Sai Natha.
I shall forever sing your form.
दानव भंजन राम साई श्यामल कोमल राम हे राम राम जय राम साई राम 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 दानव कोमल राम। दशरथ नंदन राम साई दया सागरा हे दया सागरा दशरथ नंदन राम साई दया सागरा मीनों के प्रभु राम साई राम 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 प्रभु राम हे दीनों के प्रभु राम साई राम राम
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Yeshu Pita Prabhu Allahu Akbar, Siddhi Sai Pati Sadhana. Yeshu Pita Prabhu Allahu Akbar, Siddhi Sai Pati Sadhana. Yeshu Pita Prabhu Allahu Akbar, Siddhi Sai Pati Sadhana. Yeshu Pita Prabhu Allahu Akbar, Siddhi Sai Pati Sadhana. नानक जी के तुम हो, नानक भी तुम हो, नानक जी के तुम हो, नानक भी तुम हो, सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो, सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो, सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो, सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो। यीशु पिता प्रभु तुम हो, यीशु पिता प्रभु तुम हो, यीशु पिता प्रभु तुम हो, यीशु पिता प्रभु तुम हो। अल्लाहु अकबर तुम हो, अल्लाहु अकबर तुम हो, अल्लाहु अकबर तुम हो, अल्लाहु अकबर तुम हो। Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
It is my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to this celebration of Aradhana Mahotsavam. It is only fitting that after 4 days of celebrating a conference of love and service, we would end with the grand festival celebrating the love of our dear beloved Bhagavan. How lucky are we, as Dr. Reddy said and reminded us yesterday, that we would get to feel and be in the presence of an avatar who has spanned 2 millennia. And he was the embodiment of love that spent every minute of his time on earth serving all of us. I can't imagine how we could be any luckier. And I certainly think we are all lucky to spend today expressing our love and gratitude to our dear Bhagwan in the divine abode of Sai Premanilayam. So thank you to all of you for being here today. It is absolutely a joy to have each and every one of you. And to celebrate our festival of gratitude and love, I invite somebody who needs no introduction at all, Mr. Leonardo Guter.
Om Sai Ram. I offer my love, my humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Master and Lord, who is here now, as I said the first day, permeating everything and in the hearts of each one of us. And I offer my love to all of you, each one of you. Dear brothers and sisters, today is a day of gratitude. I want to offer my gratitude first to all that prepared, organized, planned, and do the service in this conference. Swami says that everything in this world is a combination of human effort and the divine grace. By preparing, planning, attending this conference, we did the human effort. Now Swami will shower on us his divine grace. I want to offer also my gratitude to all who had the greatest karma, good karma, to be contributors to buy this place. This is an incredible karma that I think you cannot measure yet. This beautiful place, Sai Premanilayam, will irradiate the light and love of Swami, not only to this neighborhood and this city, but to thousands and millions of people all over the United States. So that's why it's so important. And I'm sure that this conference will be a milestone in the evolution of the Sai movement in the United States, and also an example for many countries to emulate what you have done here. As I said the first day, this conference was not really planned by us, it was planned by Swami a long time ago. He even decided who was going to come here. So we are very, very lucky to be able to attend this first, the inauguration of Sai Premanilayam. I am feeling the energy emanating from the Shirdi statue, from Ganesha, from the chair of Bhagavan. This hall is filled with the divine love and energy. So we have an incredible opportunity, you have an incredible opportunity. This is one of the gifts of Swami. Swami not only gave us the hospitals in India, the educational institutions, the water project, he's giving us so many things everywhere. He gave you this Sai Premanilayam to come here and feel his presence and recharge your batteries and be full of love. It's very important, as I said so many times, also did Dr. Reddy, to follow immediately, implicitly, his divine command. Yesterday we heard some discourses, some presentations, and some things that I heard touched me, and I said I will follow it immediately. So you should also. What was that touched me so strong? One presentation that say, don't stay in your comfort zone, do more. And also we heard the story of the farmer, move forward. So we have to do that. We have to pledge to Swami that we will do more, that we will carry his message to every corner, every city, every town in this country, and those that are from one of the 35 countries that came here, also to your own countries. And the Sai devotees that are watching this through YouTube in the 115 countries of the Sathya International Organization. We need to be filled of gratitude to Swami, who is the source of love. The love that we feel for him comes from him. So he's the source of all the love we can feel. This conference was really, I can assure you, a conference of love. We all felt that love. It's a conference of service, because so many of you were working all the time. Even when I left the hotel today, there were every day ladies there receiving the people attending. What do you need? Do you need water? This is the real love in action. This is what we must realize. This is a conference of love. I am sure that we will feel each day more and more this love in our lives. We have to remember him all the time. Swami today, I want to read something that Swami told me today to say you. Well, doesn't matter. Narendra called me and told me to speak about some things, and then I felt, no, Swami told me something different. So I want to tell you something very simple. I'm leaving this conference with a mixture of feelings. On one side, I'm very sad. I'm very sad for leaving this place. Since yesterday, I was feeling sad for this conference to finish, because I want to remain here forever, enjoying this joy, this love. And at the same time, I'm full of joy. I have an immense joy, I'm sure you do also. Joy for feeling your love, for receiving the love of Swami every day, for receiving your love. I am living with my heart full of your love. So I pray that all of us will become each day better instruments in the divine mission, that we will become beacons of the divine light and love, and be the manifestation of his message. So, dear brothers and sisters, I offer my love to all of you. Jai Sai.
Thank you, Mr. Leonardo Guter. We too wish it didn't come to an end, because we will miss you. But we hope to very soon have another reason and excuse to bring you back over here. But I love the message you leave us with: human effort and divine grace, and the push for all of us to go beyond our comfort zone to do more. What better way for us to show our gratitude to our dear beloved Bhagavan? Thank you. Now I would love to invite another person who needs absolutely no introduction, Dr. Reddy.
With love, gratitude, and reverence, I offer my prayerful pranams at the divine lotus feet of our dearest, loving, and omnipresent Lord, Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Dear brothers and sisters, loving Sai Ram to all of you. So this morning when we started to come here, there was some little drizzle. So I said that is showers of love of Swami. Swami said many times in this birthday time, whenever there is showers, he used to say that this is the showers of love of the Lord and His grace. So that is good. This is on the ending day, on the Aradhana. So we did our best, and Swami is showering His love and grace to the showers. And really, when we have these bhajans, it was what they call bhajanananda. We always get into that bliss. And Swami is, one thing God loves is music. Gana lola or bhajana priya. Swami many times said that. And one thing always that is the first thing he started earliest in his, even as a young man or a child, started these bhajan groups, Pandari bhajans going around. And anything you may have or not in Sai movement, Swami had in the morning bhajan, evening bhajan. Any event started with bhajan, because bhajan is the one, music, in all faiths actually, it keeps us in tune with God. Really today, this morning, we had really blissful bhajans, bhajanananda. Because Lord Krishna said, Mad bhakta yatra gayante tatra tishtami narada. Wherever my devotees sing glory, I manifest there. So Swami is with us. And also, Swami said, wherever my work is done, I manifest there. So we're all doing Swami's work. In both ways, Swami's presence is here. And Leonardo was telling that Swami planned this conference, which is true. Swami conducts this conference. He is in charge of everything. I remember in 2009, we had International Medical Conference. That time Swami was there in his physical presence. I invited Swami, please come, Swami. We had in Anaheim, Hilton. I don't know, some of you might have attended that conference. And Swami said, yes, I'm coming there. You know, once he says that, then we had the conference in physical form. Obviously, he didn't come. But in my heart, I felt, he said so, he will be here. But Swami has his own way. On the first day, one doctor from Midwest, I don't remember his name, I used to carry what he gave me a letter. They said Swami came in his dream the previous night and tell Narendra that I am there, I am conducting this conference, don't you have any doubts. And then another doctor the evening comes and tells me he's new to Swami. He doesn't know as a medical professional, he came to the conference. He said, he showed that man was walking in the aisles and looking, did you see? I said, who are you talking about? That man. I said, I was so I didn't see, so he comes to somebody else's dream and he confirms to some other doctor. So he is with us, as Leonardo, many people feel his presence. First, this is the day of gratitude. Every moment we should be grateful to the Supreme Lord, Purna Avatar, that we heard his name, we see his form, and sing his glory and know his leelas. Repeatedly, every moment, we should be grateful. That is the way of gratitude. Because in the Lord Rama as an avatar, he said, I'm son of Dasharatha. He didn't proclaim I'm supreme Brahman or divine, because that is the day he came. But in the time of Krishna, Lord Krishna, he openly said, I am the supreme Brahman. I am everything, everywhere, ever. Don't have any doubts. Same thing this time, Shirdi Avatar, he says, Allah Malik, Allah is God. He didn't occasionally reveal the glimpses of divinity, I am everything, but usually he hid. But in this avatar, he openly declared, privately and publicly, that I am the ultimate, I am the Purna Avatar. You go back to May 17th, 1968, he said, this is the form in which all divine names and forms attributed by man to God are manifest. Never let any doubt distract you. So he himself said that, so let us never have any doubt, because Lord Krishna says, Samshayatma vinashyati. A man with doubts will perish. So we should have absolute, unwavering faith. 2 points we need to remember in the discourse. Swami says, no one can understand my reality today or even after thousands of years of ardent inquiry, even if all the humanity combines together in that effort. Can you believe that? So that means give up the idea of analyzing, questioning, understanding. But he said, you can experience my love. So we can experience his love only through love. So he himself gave the answer, and for that, really if we love him, we follow his command. That is why Lord Jesus said, what is the use of calling Lord, Lord, but you don't do what I say? So we all need to do what he says. And I'm really very grateful to every one of you and so many people still working as volunteers that you are practicing what Swami is told us to do, so that you are putting love in action, which is service. So many devotees from different parts of the world who left, they came and told amazing the loving hospitality. They are really radiating Swami's love in every act of that. Really, I thank every one of you and all the volunteers for that, living that life. Here, we are talking about following his teachings. So many things we heard. One is samskar, chamatkar, samskar, paropakar, sakshata. Fourfold. Another somebody said self-confidence, self-satisfaction, self-transformation, self-realization. And then we are here, another thing is this fourfold thing which I will tell now, which Swami said. Follow the master, face the devil, fight to the end, finish the game. The whole purpose of life is finishing the game. What is finishing the game? Self-realization. So follow the master. We have the master who said openly that he is the supreme Purnavatar reality. So we should have that conviction not to have any doubts even in dream, and have the one-pointed focus on him. And faith in his words, that is very important. Whatever he said, we should have absolute faith not only in him, in his words. There are many people like that I have come across. I want to share one friend of ours, whose father, some of you might know, he's Gopal Rao, Uncle Gopal Rao. He was the chairman of Andhra Bank. He is the only devotee. Swami honored his 100th birthday in Sai Kulavant Hall. Swami himself, because he's such an exemplary devotee. His son, I knew him, he had lung cancer. He is a great athlete, used to play tennis. Suddenly he found he was having cough and he couldn't walk. He went to the doctor, they thought he had bronchitis, were giving medicine for 6 months. He was not getting better. And then they took a chest x-ray, they found he has a mass. And so they said, this is cancer, you need to have surgery. And this man came back to Prashanti Nilayam and he wanted guidance from Swami. And he was sitting in the front row because of his relation with Swami. And Swami comes to him, what is the matter? Swami, I have lung cancer. And what did the doctor say? Surgery, operation. Yeah, Swami said, go and have operation. This man said, no, Swami, I won't have operation. You have to cure. So, and then Swami kept quiet. He didn't say anything. So this went on. He sat there in the same place for 3 weeks. So Swami, he didn't say that he will cure. After 3 weeks, without his thing, he was getting better. He couldn't walk even 100 feet. Then his shortness of breath was gone. He was completely back to normal. Even till recently, he was living. His son actually practices nephrology in Midwest. So he shared. And then he got better, and he was functioning as usual. Then somebody came. He was giving a talk. So he got better. So did you have a chest x-ray to show that his cancer is gone? He says, I don't want to test God. Once he said it is gone, it is gone. Why should I again go and have an x-ray? That means you are... That is absolute faith. Swami says, you will be liberated. Or Swami says, I will take care of it. You should have faith, no more doubt whether it will happen, not. So he had absolute faith, not to even verify. A lot of people do that. One of our friends, he had thing done. Swami gave a chain with a diamond thing, so he wanted to go and have it tested with the gold thing. Really, it is a golden thing. And then what will happen? Next day it disappeared. The whole thing vanished. So don't doubt God. Don't have that absolute, unwavering faith, and we will be rewarded. So follow the Master and his words. Next is face the devil. Where is the devil? They call Satan in Christianity, Mara in Buddhism, and here we call in Maya. But Swami said very clearly, the little boy Prahlada, and his father is a Hiranyakashipu. Swami says the greatest scientist ever known is Hiranyakashipu. He could conquer all the planets. He has 5 elements under his control. The wind, fire, everything is whatever, they listen to him. So this guy was always no peace of mind. He was unhappy. Then his son, 5-year-old son, tells, Dad, you're such a great man, you're a great scientist, everything you have. You conquered all the people. He conquered even the gods, demigods. But one thing you didn't conquer. What? Your own inner enemies. That is the problem with most of us. You may go to the moon, you may go to Jupiter, you may go to sun, even as he was telling. But through love, yes, you can. But you doing the scientific thing is not that inner journey. That is the one which says. And obstacles are 6. What are those? Everybody knows, but we need to practice desire, anger, greed, attachment, pride, and jealousy. So we need to always see these devils, where are they and how to get rid of them. But then we said, fight to the end. To get rid of them, we need to really fight. If we really fight, they will be more powerful. Swami gave a solution. Don't fight, change it. If you have a desire, have desire for God. I want to see more bhajans, I want to do more service, I want to do more meditation. So same desire, but desire for God. Transmute it. Anger. If you have anger, have anger at yourself. Oh, still why I'm weak? Still why I get angry? Why I still get that greed? So transmute that negative thing into positive. And you want to have greed? Yes, I want to do more service, I want to do more bhajans, I want to do more meditation. That is the greed you have. And you want to have attachment? The only attachment we can have is to God. Once we are attached to God, naturally you are detached to the world. That is the whole secret. Swami says, if you go towards the North Pole, automatically you will go away from the South Pole. So be attached to God. So then you should have pride. What pride you should have? I am the devotee of the Supreme Lord. Purnavatar. I know Bhagavan Shri Sathya Sai Baba by his infinite grace. So what else I need in the world? The whole wealth, power, nothing matters. Now I am the devotee of God. I have everything. That is why Lord Krishna says, Yam labdhva cha param labham. Having attained which there is nothing more you want. And having been this real devotee of the Lord, you don't care for anything. That kind of pride we should have. So when we transmit these things, just really and follow implicitly his commands. Here I want to say how Swami says you should be always watch for these temptations. So this was happened 30 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, I don't want to say. So my second daughter, after finishing high school, she had to go to college. She went to Harvard in Boston. Before that, Swami called us and she blessed. She said, Swami, please be with me. She said, yes, I will be with you. Then give me some advice. She said something, young people should remember that. She said, don't first start with looks. You look at the boys. Then after the looks, you smile. Good. After smile, you will have conversation. You will talk to them. After conversation, you will have friendship. After friendship, you will have relationship. That means, so first itself, be careful where the looks are. And then, because I know younger people may not like that, but this is what Swami said, to be careful when you are, particularly she was 18, and she is going away 3,000 miles away. And we were going, first time she is going for admission, we went with her on the plane, and then we all wanted to sit together. They tried and tried, they could not. So they wanted the place next to her, its seat is. So once we boarded the plane and they were ready to take off, we see next seat next to her was empty. So probably computer Swami blocked it, it's taken because he took the seat. So to assure that I will be with you, and he showed. That is why once you really trust in him, he will be with us. But this process of spirituality, fight to the end. We should not be always aware. Swami says ABC, always be careful. Am I really progressing the spiritual path? Am I getting deviated? Once you have that intensity that you do this self-audit, then we will progress. So, and finally, once you do that, you will reach the goal, which is self-realization. Then you live happy and you are in bliss. So we pray to Swami to bless us so that intensity, love, and sincerity, we follow the path and reach the goal. And thank you, and Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Thank you for leaving us with a reminder to never test God, but always be ready for his tests. And be ready to face the devil and live his message, because that would be the ultimate way for us to show our gratitude to him. Now I would like to welcome Brother Srikant Vaidyanathan. For those of you who haven't personally met Brother Srikant, here is a small introduction. He was born into a family that has been in Swami's fold since the 1960s. He grew up in Chennai, where he attended the Bhavikas SSC program. In 1986, he joined the primary school in Prashanti Nilayam for his 6th grade and went on to complete his high school there. He did his undergraduate studies in Vrindavan and completed his master's in physics in 1998 from Prashanti Nilayam. Swami gave him many opportunities to speak in his divine presence, be a part of Prashanti Mandir Bhajan group, and participate in convocation dramas. He has a master's in electrical engineering from the University of California at Davis. He's an active participant in Sai activities in the greater Boston area. He currently serves as the National Devotional Coordinator for SSSIO USA. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Seema. Offering my most prayerful salutations at the lotus feet of our most beloved Bhagwan on this beautiful Aradhana day, when we commemorate his life, his mission, his work, and be inspired to continue the same legacy more and more. Respected elders and my dear brothers and sisters, which is the way we always greeted people as students growing up in Prashanti Nilayam. I was thinking of this beautiful Swami who came into my own life very early, even before I knew Swami after birth. I think my parents had already come into Swami's fold. So he was always the center of our altar. He was the center of our home. Any major decisions was always through Swami. Grew up through the Bal Vikas program in Chennai. Had the opportunity to be in his presence, performing plays, giving talks. I think some of you have heard this story, but I'll quickly narrate. I think Swami came into my life through the SSC Bal Vikas program. The first time I formally remember, had multiple interactions through plays and things like that, but first time I had the opportunity to give a talk in Swami's presence in Sundaram, it's way back in 1986. I was about 9-10 years old, and I had practiced for 10 full days and was all prepared to give this talk. And on that day, it was told to me that Swami will sit at the center of the chair, he will come and take a seat, and I need to get up and start speaking. And as we all know, as adults know, how we train our children. Swami came and sat, except as soon as I got up and started speaking, he went off script because he got up and came and stood right in front of me. And he kept staring into my face for a long time, and I wanted to finish the talk, so I looked elsewhere. So I was very scared that I would forget my lines looking at Swami. So I looked elsewhere, I finished the talk, and as soon as I finished the talk, Swami looked at me and said, "How many days practice?" So I said, "Swami, 10 days practice." He said, no, it's 9 days practice. And he pointed out when I started, there is the Shirdi Mandir in Sundaram temple at the back, where I used to do the regular rehearsals and things like that. And so he pointed out to that. He mentioned the multiple days and the different, the teacher who helped me practice for it and all that. And this Swami who I mentioned was the center of our altar was becoming more and more personal through these interactions. The most amazing thing was at the end of that conversation which he had with me in English and a little bit of Tamil, Swami went and said a few things in Telugu to me at that point, and I understood no Telugu at that time. And there were people around me, but I think that conversation was so private that nobody understood what Swami said, or they didn't speak Telugu, neither I could repeat it to anybody else. Many years later, I was studying in Swami's institution, and one day I was sitting in the interview room with Swami with a group of devotees. At the back, I was sitting, and particularly if you grow up in Swami's schools, right from a very early age, he takes great pride in sort of introducing you with lots of accolades, with the hope that you will rise up to those levels. So Swami said many things, and then he said, I told him to come and join my school, and that is how he came and joined my school. This was something I clearly remember never happened, right? Because as far as I know, I took the entrance exam, I joined the primary school, and then Swami saw the doubt or the question on my face, and immediately he looked at me and said, you remember that day you spoke in Sundaram? This was 13, 14 years later. I said this to you in Telugu, he said. So, which is amazing. The reason I bring that up on this Aradhana day is Swami is this personal God for each of us. And his greatest inspiration, obviously, we say, is through love, which he gave all of us. But it's also the transformation which has occurred around the world by his mere presence or presence of the Lord on this earth. But the reason I say he's a very personal God is Swami's interaction to us comes through a word in his physical presence, or through a dream, or he sends an individual who is inspired by Swami to say a few things to us. It is important for us, I think it's been said over the multiple days of this conference, for us to be watchful, for us to make sure we connect with that Swami. Because in this instance, Swami had this conversation with me, and it was in Telugu, so, out of the two people, one person didn't even remember the conversation. But Swami remembers this 13 years later and says, I told you this on that day. And this is very, very important because Swami is this personal God. When he lived amidst us in his physical form, he moved amongst us. He was this very public persona who, walked during darshans between thousands of people. But at the same time, he has a way to connect with every individual one-on-one. And that is true even today, particularly on a day when we think of him, his life, his mission. I think it is so critical for us to always firmly believe. I think it was mentioned yesterday in one of the personal experiences. Make him your personal God. If there's a spot next to you, talk to him. The more we do these physical enactments for ourselves, I think we personalize him to us even more and more. I'll also narrate a few instances as I think of Swami on this day, where his interactions with students. So there is one time, Swami had taken a group of students to Kodaikanal, and often in Kodaikanal what happens is Swami's car goes in the front and there is the bus in the back where the students and other people who are traveling with him travel. So one day what had occurred was the car was going, and suddenly Swami at one point stopped the car and decided to get into the bus. So he got into the bus, he sat with the students, and obviously it's a nice personal opportunity for everybody to have the closeness with Swami. But at the same time, Swami mentioned to the students, look in the front, look at the car, and all the devotees were lining up on either sides, and everybody was, folding their hand to the car, right? Hoping or believing that Swami is inside the car. And Swami said, see, I'm sitting here and everybody is bowing down to the car. right? And it raised some laughter, and obviously, after some time, Swami said, the car, by association with me, is getting all the respect, right? Everybody's bowing down to the car. And he said, I moved into the bus with you all. Nobody's even looking at the bus, right? So it was a funny instance, but the bottom line is, by our association with him, our value increases multifold. And I think it is very important for us to remember that. I think the moment we are in his mission, we are part of his organization, we are part of his legacy and mission, it's so important that we understand that raises our value, right? We don't need to go looking for, I think, just now Dr. Reddy mentioned, I think the moment we associate with Swami, I think everything comes to us. I think we have to have that firm conviction. Once we are plunged in, go out all the way. Thinking of a few more things in being in Swami's presence, I think one thing as students in Swami's presence, I think his expectations for students, I think we have several students here, and I'm sure each of us have a story to tell. But I think Swami always wanted us to be prepared for different things, right? Opportunities in life occur. Not often you get an opportunity. He might say, get up, stand up and speak. And if we say, Swami, I'm not ready, that opportunity may not come again. Stand up, chant Veda. Swami, I have not learned Veda, right? So sometimes I take this lesson very seriously in life as well, because whenever the opportunity comes, it's important to be very, very prepared. And we don't know in life when that beck and call occurs. So a personal story there. I think Swami always wanted us to give talks in his presence, not because those talks were important, but it was a way for us to interact with him during the course of the preparation of the talks, or even stand up, speak with him, and then of course you have the personal interaction and conversation with Swami. So one particular time, Swami had asked a few of us to give talks before his Dashara discourses. Swami used to give discourses on third day onwards when he used to do the Veda Purusha Jnana Saptaha Yajnam. And Swami used to have 2 students speak, and then a senior devotee speak, and then of course Swami would give his discourse after that. So in preparation for that, Swami had asked several of us to get prepared. And one particular time, Swami had told me that, I used to sing and speak while Swami used to often make a joke about it, because he say those who are sleeping will wake up when you sing a song. So I had prepared a few songs, and the talk was also ready. Swami came up to me. I was supposed to speak on the 3rd day, and Swami came up to me and said, you speak on the 9th day, the Ayudha Puja day. There'll be a lot more crowd, so you feel very important, right? You're picked to speak on the 9th day. And I was all prepared. On the 8th day, I developed a very high fever. And I was a little bit scared, because in the sense, the talk was in Purnachandra Hall the next day. I was not sure how well I would be to stand up and speak, right? Swami said, don't worry, I went up to Swami and mentioned it. He said, don't worry, I'll send the doctor to the hospital. So he sent the doctor. I still was feeling not so great, but I was okay. Next day, he sent a car to the hostel. It all, preparation for this one particular talk, I felt. Anyway, got to the mandir. Swami was already in the, at that time Swami used to live in the mandir, so he was already in the Purnachandra Hall, in the green room, and as soon as I went in, he made me sit, gave me a glass of water to drink and everything. And right after that, he had told me, you finish your talk first, you're not feeling great. After that, go and rest in the hostel. The discourse is very long today, he had told me. So I went, I spoke. As soon as I finished speaking, I think Swami immediately, the student who was following me, he told him to narrate to everybody that he was sick, but Swami wanted him to speak, so he came and spoke. The reason I mention this incident is obviously the personal interaction with Swami, which I cherish even today. But above and beyond that, when we put the effort, there is so much effort Swami puts as well along the way. And I think it is important for us to remember that at the end of it, he also gives you the credit, right? He made an announcement saying he was sick, but Swami wanted him to speak, so he came and spoke. Today, when we think of the Aradhana day, I think of 2 important qualities of Swami. When I looked at him in this beautiful altar, he's still in that ochre robe. I think he is in the world, but so unattached. And I think that is the way we always should live our lives as well. As human beings, we have a purpose, we have a mission to complete, on our time on this earth. But at the same time, 2 lessons I learned what divinity means living in his presence. One is the pursuit for perfection. Anything that Swami did, there was so much effort which goes into planning that effort, planning that whole event, right? Whether it is the Dashara event, which I mentioned, it always appears on the final day, Swami's coming up there and, standing up and giving a discourse, and everything seems to run fine. The convocation dramas or, the sports meet, it all appears that everything happens just like that. But Swami himself has been personally involved in many things in the back. The reason I bring that up is this conference has been really an experience of the labor of love of a lot of people. I think this was put together with so many people, suffused in love for Swami. I think that is the reason it brought everybody together. Not only in all the preparation, but all the execution in the last 4 days. We feel that love of Swami. And that is something which he truly exemplified himself, that pursuit for perfection, put all the effort, right? As human beings, we do all that we can, and at the end, dedicate whatever we do to Swami. But the second most important thing which follows this pursuit of perfection is, once the event is over, Swami would just drop it like the handkerchief. I think it was shown yesterday. Swami picks up the handkerchief and drops it, right? The instant detachment, right? The moment it is done, what next? I think it was mentioned again, keep pushing yourself to go further and further along. Not once we have seen Swami stop and enjoy one of the beautiful edifices or the institutions that he has built, but he always continues to persevere, continues to move forward. So this dual side of a coin, if you will, the pursuit of perfection followed by the instant detachment. These are qualities, verily the divine qualities, which he exemplified. Often we associate him with miracles, we associate him with all the humanitarian stuff he did, all the beautiful institutions that he built. But above everything, we should never forget he was this divinity, or he's this divinity who came and lived in this human form in our presence. And there is so much to learn from his own physical life. Like the thing I started out by saying, the simple life he led amidst all appearance of, lot of worldly splendor and grandeur. And at the same time, the physical attributes that he exemplified, the 2 things I mentioned, the pursuit of perfection and instant detachment, these are qualities of divine. Swami has made this comment, if I come as Vishnu with the 4 hands and, Shankha, Chakra and everything else, you're going to put me in a museum, right? If I live amongst you and show you how to live life, I think it is upon us at this point to take that and continue our lives. One time there was an exhibition which was set up in the higher secondary school, and it was a science exhibition, and there were different types of scientific exhibits, but with a spiritual value. So the expectation was always Swami to come and inaugurate the exhibition, go through each of the exhibits, and interact with the person who had made the exhibit. So this particular time, there were different scientific exhibits, and one happened to be a burglar alarm. So burglar alarm, the way the setup was basically you cut the infrared light, as soon as you cut the light, the alarm goes off. And so Swami comes up to this exhibit and asks, what should I do? So, because different students had Swami do different things, and that way he could enjoy the exhibit and they could get the joy of seeing Swami trying it. So Swami said, what should I do? And this boy, he mentioned, Swami, you put your hand here. As soon as you put your hand, the burglar alarm will go off. So cutting off the light. And so Swami put his hand and the alarm didn't go off. So he was a little sad. So then he immediately wanted to just test it out himself. So he put his hand and it went off right away. But he wanted Swami to put his hand. So again, he asked Swami to put his hand, and Swami tried again and it didn't go off. So this happened a few times, and then at the end of it, the student was a little bit sad, and Swami looked at him and said, I am not a common thief. I'm a stealer of your hearts. Right? So again, on this day, it is important that amongst all the messages and all the beautiful things he has lived and exemplified for us, he also was simple. He made us laugh, he made us love, he made us live the greatest lessons of life in very, very simple ways. There was a few years ago, at this point it's over 10 years, Swami's 12, about 14 years ago, in Swami's presence on January 1st, I had the opportunity to narrate this incident which had occurred many, many years ago. In the primary school, they had set up the solar hot water panel system, and it was the first time, hot water was being delivered through solar-powered way to the school. And as everything in Prashanti Nilayam, and I think that was the best thing about being a student in Swami's presence. Anything and everything was suffused with Swami's love, and anything and everything you did was only to please Swami. I think there was nothing else. And life was very simple, no distractions. You live there, and sports meet, you want to get the gold medal from Swami. Whether it is the academic, convocation, you want to get the gold medal from Swami. So anything you pursue, the ultimate goal is him. So it is actually very simple life from that perspective, because not only from a spiritual goal, he's your goal, but also from a physical perspective, he's your goal. So the students had gone and requested Swami to come and inaugurate this hot water panel system. So Swami said, I will come on a particular Sunday morning, right after bhajans were done. He said, I will come. So Swami came as he had promised, and once he went up to the terrace where the solar panels were set up, Swami asked, what should I do? And there was a tap which was set up there. So as soon as Swami turns on the tap, there's already water which goes through the solar panels. It's warmed up and hot water comes out of that, right? So Swami opened the tap, and to everybody's disbelief, what ended up happening is instead of the water going down, it went all over. So basically, it went all over Swami's hair, Swami's robe, and also it was hot water, right? And everybody was stunned. Nobody knew what to do. Everybody was perplexed, or just took a step back. And Swami smiled and he said, "Not only I inaugurated, but I also took the first shower." Right? A very, obviously a very humorous incident, but at the same time, the message I take away from this is how simple Swami. Swami is always in the moment, and always keeping things light, always making everybody happy, making everybody comfortable. And again, that is a life lesson for me. In the Sai organization, we work in different environments, for different activities. It's very important that we take away these qualities as well. Amongst our pursuit for spiritual, self-realization, it is also important that we live our life in a simple way, happy way, devoid of the, Arishad Vargas, as Dr. Reddy just mentioned. It is important that we continue to live this life the way he lived his life as well. In closure, I will just conclude with one story which is very dear to me. I've mentioned this many times, but it's always a story I try to ruminate for myself, because it is a beautiful lesson which came out of an incident which occurred where one Swami was Swami was driving from Brindavan to Prashanti Nilayam. It was one hot afternoon, and there was just the driver and Swami who was driving the car. The driver who was driving the car, and Swami was at the back. It was very hot, and it appeared that Swami had closed his eyes. So the driver was cruising along, and suddenly, as you know, those are arid parts and a lot of snakes in Puttaparthi area. So there was a snake which was crossing the road, and the driver happened to see it from far. And as soon as he saw that, he was not sure whether he should brake the car, he would disturb Swami, or if he just runs the car, he knew that he didn't have enough time, he would go over the snake. So this is how our life situations are, right? Where in a moment, we have to make decisions like this, and it is never an easy decision. And he had this quick thought saying, I don't want to disturb Swami. That is about how he decided. So he continued to go forward, and he felt that he had run over the snake. He was pretty sad, because he was like, I knew that it was there and I couldn't control. And so went all the way to Prashanti Nilayam. Once he got there, Swami called him, because Swami is the all-knowing one, and he always drives home a message in everything as well. It's important for us to capture that. As soon as the driver went in, Swami mentioned to him, saying, I think Swami showed the marks of the car at the back of his own back, and he said, the snake is safe. So again, an incident, obviously we bring it up as Swami's love for animals. We have heard stories about deers in Vrindavan. We have heard all different types of stories. But for me, the greatest lesson from this particular incident is, it's always, like I mentioned, there are these difficult dilemmas, there are these difficult situations in life, practical life, when we go through it at work, at different places as we work in the organization. In all these, we end up in a situation where we don't know how to choose. And then what happens is, always choose Swami. That is what I wanted to mention. Any life critical decision we have to make, would Swami approve of it? Is this the way to go? The moment we choose Swami, everything else will be okay. Right? I think it is an important life lesson which we gather from these stories which Swami lived and showed. So on this beautiful Aradhana day, as we remember him, it is so important that we remember his mission, his legacy, his teachings about everything, and make our lives worthwhile, that he will stand up and say, this is my child. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Thank you, Brother Srikant. What a wonderful message to leave us with. Make him your personal God. And just be happy when he goes off script, because the chances are he came much closer and is standing right next to us. And if we pursue his work, even if we are not well and we are feeling sick, he will send the car for us. Thank you. And finally, last but not the least, as we all know, I would love to welcome Brother Arvind Balasubramanya. If you have not seen one of his YouTube talks, you've certainly had the pleasure of listening to him speak here. It is no coincidence that he has a photographic memory of every interaction he's had with Swami. After all, he was Swami's photographer.
Om Shri Sai Ram. I offer my most humble pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet. Dearest Swami, respected elders, dear brothers and sisters, what a beautiful morning it has been. Right from when I woke up to the chants of bhajans, to having breakfast with Brother Manfred and his beautiful stories. And this satsang session here, it's triggering so many things, and along with the prayer that my love for Swami keeps growing every moment, I pray to Swami that I stick to my 15-minute time limit. The presence of whom we are in, Brother Manfred was mentioning how when he went into the interview room in one of those early days, 1980s, he saw a clock which had got spoiled, stuck, the mechanism not working. He was fascinated by mechanical things, and he was looking at it. But when he checked, it was matching the time in his watch. He was thinking, what a coincidence it is that it is stuck at exactly the time when I'm looking at the watch. Swami must have decided this moment. But 20 minutes later, he sees that it is keeping time with him. A broken watch with no battery. Somebody asked whether it was a digital watch. No, it is keeping time. More than Swami, possibly, he was fascinated with this phenomenon. And after the interview, he asked, did you see that? Did you see that? And nobody had seen it. Only he had seen it. And that was his first indication that, hey, this is not an ordinary person. Yes, he's the embodiment of time. He's the one beyond time. Kalaya namaha, kalaya namaha, kalatitaya namaha. That is the Lord whose presence we are in. Dr. Reddy told us, follow the master, face the devil, fight till the end, finish the game. Our master is so powerful and magnificent that we need to focus only on the first F. Just follow the master. He'll take care of the other three automatically. We will be ensured that we will face the devil. We will fight till the end, when we will finish and win the game. Brother Srikant was mentioning about how, Swami stood next to him and told him something in Telugu, and years later, Swami was remembering. Those are all little things, but they show what is the magnificence and munificence of our Lord, I was reminded of a similar incident narrated by brother Sathya Vaswani. You know, he narrated how when he was little on the plumper side, so he was selected to play Santa Claus during Christmas in Prashantinilayam. So those days, glorious days, possibly early 1990s, when Swami comes for darshan, whole of Puttaparthi is locked up. Everybody is in mandir. Nobody is running any business, nothing. Everybody is in mandir having Swami's darshan. So he was Santa Claus, he got everything ready. The only thing he forgot was to get chocolates to fill in his bag. For those who have not seen, Swami would bless Santa Claus and Santa Claus would run around the mandir throwing chocolates. And he needed to have chocolates, then there were no chocolates. All shops are shut in the morning. So he goes to the hostel stores and finds just 2 packets of chocolates, possibly about 150 or 200 chocolates. So a couple of friends of his come up with the idea, a brilliant idea. Santa's sackcloth is filled with clothes, old clothes, socks and things like that. And top 2 layers, they fill it up with chocolates so that it looks like the bag is full, but it's only 20% chocolates, rest all is clothes. And with this, he goes to Swami in the mandir. So in the mandir, Santa Claus, traditionally what happens, he goes to Swami, Swami blesses it, and then Santa Claus goes running. That day, Swami smiles, blesses Santa Claus, gets up, holds chocolate and throws. And tells, come, walk along with me. Then puts his hand and he throws. He's like, Swami, don't throw away so many. I won't have anything left to throw. Swami plunges his hand again, throws. And now, as Brother Sathya is watching, he's seeing, next Swami is going to get a sock in his hand. And then Swami says, go. Now you go. What is left there to throw? Possibly 25 chocolates. So Santa Claus goes running around happily, throwing one chocolate, one chocolate, one chocolate. And this happened early 1990s. 10, 11 years later, brother had finished his schooling, he was in college. Yeah, he had moved from the welcoming stage to the fine-tuning stage. So he was undergoing a period where his actions were being scrutinized a lot, and Swami would be hypercritical of everything he did, correcting him. So in one Thrai session, Swami was scolding him. Swami said, very bad, bad boy. He was feeling very bad. And then Swami said, you know, not only bad, very selfish boy. Very selfish. Not large-hearted. Where did that come from? And then Swami says, as Santa Claus, he is running around and throwing one chocolate. 11 years later, he had also forgotten. He had also forgotten that. Swami remembers. That is the Lord. I say this because the scriptures say that there are 3 great blessings that anybody can get. What are the 3 great blessings? Manushyatvam, Mumukshatvam, Mahapurusha Samshraya. Manushyatvam means a human birth. Mumukshatvam means the intensity for self-realization, the intensity to achieve the ultimate. And then Mahapurusha Samshraya is to get the refuge of a Mahapurusha. So that you have a birth which, Jantunam Narajanma Durlabham. Only the human being is capable of that. Something beautiful, was narrated, I remember, by Mr. S.V. Giri, who was formerly a vice-chancellor of the university. He has passed on now. He had mentioned in Swami's presence that when we do this mudra, this chin mudra while meditation, this is the Jivatma and this is the Paramatma. And he said, when we sit in meditation, it symbolizes that Jivatma is in union with the Paramatma. Interestingly, human beings are the only ones with thumbs which are opposable, with which finger and thumb you can hold. It is a biologically interesting fact, but it's also a very symbolic fact that it's only the human being who is capable of achieving union with the divine, and that is why this human birth is so special. That's why Manushyatvam. Then Mumukshatvam, having got human birth, do we desire for the ultimate? And even if you desire, you will not get it. Another interesting personal experience I remember is a long dream that I had of Swami, in which Swami pointed to a writing in a letter and underlined one word. That word was Jnana. And Jnana meaning wisdom, enlightenment, knowledge. So when I woke up, I was wondering, what is this meaning of this dream? Among the other things, what is the meaning of this? That happened to be my birthday, and somebody gifted me a small pocket-sized Bhagavad Gita. So I was just turning around the pages of the Bhagavad Gita. There are different chapters in the Bhagavad Gita. And there comes one chapter, the Jnana Yoga. And then when I saw it was written in, a handwriting kind of, it was written in that font. And I suddenly recollected that the Jnana there on that page matched the Jnana in the dream that I saw. So I felt, oh, Swami wants me to read Jnana Yoga. So I started reading Jnana Yoga. Uncle knows it very well, but for those who aren't aware, if you think Jnana Yoga is a yoga which will give you Jnana, it is not like that. Because I started reading, it goes on describing the qualities of a Jnani. A Jnani is like that, a Jnani is like that, a Jnani is like that. I'm like, okay man, how do I become a Jnani? You're giving me only the marketing material. Where's the production material? How do I become a Jnani? Huh? Keep, nothing. Then now listen, Jnani is like this. Okay, Jnani is like that. Okay, where? Finally, towards the end, he says, Tad vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. Meaning, he says that ultimately to become this Jnani, you have to constantly keep seeking from the Lord. And when the Lord is happy, he'll make you a Jnani. That's all. That's all. We have to be like, as Kishore sir, my teacher would say, dogs barking at his feet. Keep barking. Till he throws a biscuit, I won't stop. That's it. The Lord has to suddenly become happy and confer that. So even if you have the ultimate desire, till that Mahapurusha Samshraya comes, we won't. And, one day, in the later years, as Swami's car would leave, when Swami is going anywhere, everybody would get to know because there would be a siren escort. The siren is very unique and everyone knows Swami is going, Swami is going. But before those days, the siren used to be the trumpeting of Sai Gita. Sai Gita would trumpet, and luckily she was bang opposite the boys' hostel. So you hear trumpeting from Sai Gita, maybe she's hungry. You hear crazy, maddening trumpeting from her, Swami is coming. So she would trumpet, come running out, and if the gate is not open, possibly she'll break it down as well. That used to be her maddening craze for Swami, and many have been the occasions when she has alerted all the boys to Swami's car coming. On one such occasion, Swami's car, trumpeting is heard, Sai Gita comes, all the students have come, and Swami is coming in the car. Sai Gita, strangely, goes up to Swami's car and blocks its passage. Puts her trunk on the bonnet of the car. Very powerful elephants are. You can go on YouTube and see those videos. She can simply pick the car and put it anywhere. That is the power of an elephant. Swami gets down from the car because Sai Gita isn't allowing the car to proceed. So as he always does, there's a basket of fruits, he starts feeding her. Now Sai Gita also, interestingly, when you see anybody else, as devotees, you go and feed her apple, she will take it and put it in her mouth. But with Swami, she will not take in her trunk. If Swami gives in the trunk, no. She'll open her mouth. I want your hand into my mouth. I'm not behind the apple, I'm behind the apple of my eye, right? When we give a kerchief to Swami, it was not that I want Swami to wipe his hand. I want somewhere the finger to touch my finger. With God, it's always like that. So Swami, you will see there are many photos where up till his elbow, his hand is inside the mouth because Sai Gita wants the apple in her mouth. But that day, she isn't even taking that. She doesn't want even the apple. And everybody was wondering what happened. Sai Gita is not eating, not doing, but she's not moving. Her trunk is on the bonnet. Then Swami says, okay Gita, I'll not go to Vrindavan, I'll go back. And then Swami turns and tells all the students, I was actually going to Vrindavan, but Gita said I shouldn't, so I'm going to go back now. That is the kind of connection Sai Gita had. She would get so excited, thrilled when she saw Swami. Usually in any procession, Sai Gita would be the head. She would be in the first. Behind that, the Vedam group and the Bhajan group. The Vedam group and Bhajan group would always say that you be front, you be front. No, because when Swami comes, Sai Gita gets excited. She lifts her tail and there's a waterfall. And if it's the Vedam group gets Abhishekam. Bhajan group gets Abhishekam. On one occasion, passing by, Swami said, don't run away, drink a cup of that, you will get her devotion. Why I am telling all this about Sai Gita is I heard from a senior devotee, where he himself heard it from Swami, that Swami said that because of her devotion, she's not ordinary, because of her devotion, she will be blessed with a human birth. And that is something that we have already got by default. That is the value of a human birth, and we should not fritter it away, we should not waste it away in small pursuits. Manushyatvam. Second blessing, I'll come to that later, Mumukshatvam. Third blessing, also we have already got, Mahapurusha Samshraya. We have come into the presence, we have got to know Swami, we have recognized him, we have loved him, and we have got the chance to work for him, all the four. How blessed it is. How blessed it is. One of the most constant prayers I had when Swami was physically around was, Swami, please let me not forget who you are. Let me not forget who you are. Because you eat with us, you talk to us, you walk with us, you sleep with us, you sit with us. Let me not forget who you are. Big sadhana it is. Just to remember Swami is God. We used to say we should see God in everyone. I used to say, Swami, please let me at least see God in you always. Because we forget. We forget. Every moment we get depressed, we have forgotten Swami is God. Every time we feel dejected, we have forgotten Swami is God. When we feel frustrated, when we feel irritated, we have forgotten Swami is God. Because when God is there, what can touch us? Why do I look at God and say, God, I have a problem? Turn to problem and say, hey, problem, I've got a God. Come on, man, come on. You can't touch me. You can't touch me. When I get worried, when I get dejected, when I get depressed, it means either I don't believe my Lord is all powerful, or I don't believe that my Lord is all loving. Because, my Lord is not all powerful. He's not able to do anything. He's helpless. No, he is powerful. Then he doesn't love me. Because he can stop it if he wants, but he's just allowing it because he doesn't care for me. No, he loves me. Then if he loves me and he cares for me and he's all powerful and yet this is happening, it must be good for me. It must be good for me. I'm like a child who doesn't understand. When I took my 2-year-old, daughter for a shot, it's very fascinating. As a baby grows, she is supposed to get stronger. But my 6-month-old baby at the doctor cries for 10 seconds. She doesn't know what's happening. Doctor pokes, out, over. But my 3-year-old daughter, even as we approach the hospital, this please. And then seeing the doctor, she knows this is that demon who is going to, she'll start crying before nothing has happened. And then she holds on, Dad, Mom, protect me. And we tell the greatest lies, don't worry, nothing. I will take care of you. Brutally, ruthlessly pull down the pant and offer her to the doctor. And these doctors also, I don't understand. You just prepare your injection down, man. Don't pick it up like this and, like some assassinator going ready. Full visible, that injection there, syringe with the needle, glint at the tip of it. Oh, God. And he said, Dad, no, don't worry. I will not allow. And then I make the doctor poke. And then she cries and cries and cries for 10 minutes. Has she grown weaker? You used to cry for 10 seconds. Why are you crying for 10 minutes? Because, Dad, that time the pain was in my thigh. Now the pain is here. You cheated me, Dad. You said you would protect me. You let me down. What were you doing, Dad? You said you love me. You said you will not. And then I tell her one more lie. Don't worry, never again. Looking at this, I think this is how God it happens, Something happens, it pricks us. More than the hurt, it hurts us in the heart. Swami, how could you do this? How could you do this to me? I have offered my life to you. I love you. I do everything for you. And how could you allow this to happen to me? And Swami says, I allow this to happen to you because, dear one, I love you so much that even if you misunderstand me, get upset on me, I will still do it to you because it's good for you. That is the Lord whose presence we are in. The supreme among the supreme. There was a man who said to his young daughters that I will not come to Puttaparthi. I don't believe in all this Sai Baba and all this. Because for me, Shiva is supreme. Lord Shiva is the ultimate. Back in the 1940s. But then he was worried for his children. That is the love of a parent. Imagine the love of 1,000 fathers and mothers. He accompanied them to Puttaparthi. He said, you go, I'm not coming I'm not coming for darshan. And the daughters, they go and they're not coming back. So he wonders what happened to them. Let me go and see. He goes near the mandir, the Pata mandir, old mandir, 1940s. And he faints and collapses. And there's no medical facility nearby there. So they come running and Swami says, no, put him in my room. And Swami consoles those two ladies. He tells those two young girls, tells, don't worry, your father will be like this for 3 days, then he'll be fine. Imagine how scary that is, huh? He'll be like this for 3 days, and for 3 days he's gone. And when he comes back, Mr. Sheshagiri Rao says, I'm not going to leave this place. What I've been searching for all my life, my Shiva, he had seen Swami as Shiva. And the person who said, I'll never come here, stayed back, never left that place after that, because his Shiva was there. Same with Rama, with Buddha. I mean, Swami has given darshan to so many devotees as all the gods. He is not just the form of all God, he is Sarva Devata, Atita Swarupa. Beyond all that. So 2 gifts we have already got. Manushatvam, Mahapurusha Samshraya. One thing that's a little bit in our hands is Mumukshatvam. Can we yearn for Swami? We yearn for Swami definitely, but intermittently. Like intermittent fasting, we do intermittent yearning. When we're in trouble, we yearn a bit and then we leave it off. We forget him. But if we can constantly yearn, because that is what Swami said during the 2006 Kodaikanal visit, if I'm right. Swami had his fall, and therefore, the Lord, Swami is like a candle who keeps burning to give others light. Even in his fall, he utilized it as an opportunity to give so many others opportunity to hold his hand, to come near him. So he used to give chances to different brothers to hold his hand and help him, And every time Swami asks, come help, everybody will like, lucky fellow, Swami is holding his hand, so lucky. Every day. One day, as Swami called one boy to hold his hand and get up, before anybody could do lucky, Swami only says, lucky fellow. Lucky. And then everybody, yes, Swami, very lucky. He's lucky to hold Swami's hand. And then Swami says, holding Swami's hand, not important. No? Imagine. What are you saying, Swami? We want to be with you, O Lord, my Lord. We want to touch your feet, O Lord, my Lord. We sing like that. We want to come here. We want everything because we want to be with you. We want to touch your lotus feet. We want to caress your tender hands. We want to sink our nose into your fragrant, curly, sweet hair. So beautiful it is. This is what we are doing, everything that we do in our life for, and you say it's not important. Then Swami follows it up by saying, yearning to hold this hand, very important. That is what will give you everything in life. Think of this. Holding Swami's hand, not important. But yearning to hold his hand, very important. That is what it will give. You yearn, whether you hold or not doesn't matter. Whether you get to hold it or not doesn't matter, because it's that yearning that it will give you everything. You might have held my hand 1,000 times. No use. It's like the other day I mentioned a fly sitting on his feet. Doesn't know the difference between the feet and the dropping of a pigeon. But when that yearning is there, even if you don't get to hold my hand, you will get it. That is why I'll conclude possibly with that beautiful song. I will not sing it, because when I sing, you will face the music. So this is a song in Hindi about Radha and Meera. Ek Radha, ek Meera, it says. It says there is Radha and there is Meera. And it is supposed to be a song that contrasts the two. One who was Krishna's dearest soulmate, physically stayed with Krishna all the while. And the other never saw Krishna in her life. But ask anybody who is more blessed. They will say we can't tell who is more blessed. Both are equally blessed. How can both be equally blessed? One stayed with Krishna, other never saw Krishna. Because staying with Krishna is not important. Yearning for Krishna is important. And both yearned for Krishna with the same intensity. And therefore, both achieved Krishna. Both, when we look at Swami speaking about Radha sheds tears. Swami speaking about Meera sheds tears. How blessed are the devotees. That comes with yearning. Therefore, dear Swami, you have given us such a big, huge lead, jump start, by granting us a human birth, Manushyatvam, and giving us knowledge about your arrival and a heart that loves you, Mahapurusha Samshraya. Swami, may our hearts pine for you, yearn for you, beat for you, and let every moment our love for you grow stronger and stronger. Thank you. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you, dear brother. That was such a wonderful message for us to remember how blessed we are to have a human birth, to spend every minute of our human birth pining for God, and know that His blessing is always with us. And just when we think we should be really proud that our opposable thumbs put us above every other animal, Sai Gita probably loved him more than any human. Thank you, Brother Arvind. What a pleasure to have you. And we did, in this case, save the best for last. Let us see a video of our dear beloved Bhagwan Baba's discourse.
ప్రాచీన కాలము నుండి భారతీయ సంస్కృతిని పురస్కరించుకొని అనేక మంది అనేక విధమైన మార్గములతో భగవంతుని చేరుటకు అనేక ప్రయత్నములు సలుపుతూ వచ్చారు.
Basing on the propagation and the teaching of the culture of Bharat, since ancient times, people have been pursuing various paths in spirituality.
ఇందులో వైదిక మార్గమునందు 4 విధములైనటువంటి యొక్క మార్గములు ఏర్పరచుకున్నారు.
As per the Vedic doctrine, there are 4 paths.
మొదటిది సత్యవతి ఆరాధన.
The first one is form of worship called Satyavati.
రెండవది అంగవతి.
The second form, Angavati.
మూడవది అన్యవతి.
Third one, Anyavati.
నాలుగవది నిదానవతి.
The next one is Nidanavati.
ఇందులో మొట్టమొదటిది సత్యవతి ఆరాధన.
The first form of worship is Satyavati.
ఈ సత్యవతి ఆరాధనగా భగవంతుడు సర్వత్రా ఉన్నటువంటి వాడనియు, పాలలో వెన్న ఏ విధంగా సర్వత్రా కణం కణంనందు కూడా ఉన్నదో అదే విధంగానే భగవంతుడు సర్వత్రా ఉన్నాడని విశ్వసించి ఆరాధించటం.
The first form of worship called Satyavati wants us to believe that God is everywhere, like butter spread all over the milk, and it is present in every cell, in every drop.
నువ్వులలో నూనె ఉండినట్టుగా, కర్రలో నిప్పుండినట్టుగా భగవంతుడు ఈ సర్వత్రా దృశ్యకల్పితమైనటువంటి ఈ జగత్తంతా ఇక్కడను నిండినది భగవంతుడే అనేటువంటి సత్యాన్ని గుర్తించి వారు ఆరాధన సలిపేటువంటి వారు.
The Satyavati form of worship will also tell you that just as you find oil in silk seeds, just as you find the fire in the wood, in the entire apparent world, you find the divinity.
విశ్వం విష్ణుమయం జగత్.
The entire universe is filled with Vishnu alone.
కనుకనే జగత్తంతయుకుడును విష్ణుమయమైనటువంటిదనియు, జగత్తు కార్యస్వరూపమనియు, విష్ణువు కారణస్వరూపాన్ని విశ్వసించి ఆరాధన సలుపుతూ వచ్చారు.
This mode of worship considers divine as the cause and the universe its effect.
రెండవది అంగవతి.
The second form of worship is Angavati.
దీనిని మరింత సూక్ష్మమైనటువంటి మార్గంలో దీన్ని ప్రవేశింపజేశారు.
It explains in a subtler way.
ఇందులో పంచభూతములు శబ్ద స్పర్శ రూప రస గంధము, ఆకాశము, వాయువు, జలము, భూమి, శబ్దము అన్నిటితో చేరి ఈ పంచభూత స్వరూపమే పరమాత్ముడని విశ్వసించి ఒక్కొక్క భూతమును కూడా ప్రత్యేకించి ఆరాధన సలుపుతూ వచ్చారు.
Here all the 5 elements are considered divine, and each of the element is worshipped. You find the 5 elements, the space and the earth, the wind, all the 5 elements, everyone is worshipped individually.
ఈనాటికి కూడాను గంగా మహాతాయి, మహాతల్లి, గంగా మాత అని కూడాను నేటికి కూడాను గంగను పూజిస్తూ వస్తున్నారు.
Even today, Ganga is worshipped as the divine mother.
అగ్నిహోత్రుడు అని యజ్ఞయాగాది సమయంలందు అగ్నిని కూడాను ఆరాధిస్తూ వస్తున్నారు.
Fire is worshipped as God, where all offerings are made.
వరుణదేవుడు అని ఈ యొక్క గాలి వానను కూడాను ఆరాధిస్తూ వచ్చారు.
Rain is considered as rain god and worshipped.
కనుకని ఈ విధంగా పంచభూతములు కూడాను ప్రాచీన సంస్కృతిని పురస్కరించుకొని భారతీయులు ఆరాధన సలుపుతూ వచ్చారు.
Bharatiyas worshipped all the 5 elements as per the tradition of the ancient culture.
వీరినే రెండవ తెగైనటువంటి అంగవతి ఆరాధన.
This is the second form of worship, called Angavati.
అన్యవతి.
Third one, Anyavati.
ఇందులో పంచభూతములు శబ్ద స్పర్శ రూప రస గంధము, ఆకాశము, వాయువు, జలము, భూమి, శబ్దము అన్నిటితో చేరి ఈ ఇది కేవలము ఒక్కొక్క ఆకారములకు ఒక్కొక్క చిహ్నము మాత్రమే తీసుకొని ఆరాధన సల్పుతూ ఫలానా దేవతా స్వరూపమని ఆ చిహ్నమును పురస్కరించుకొని నిరూపిస్తూ వచ్చారు.
In this Anyavati form of worship, there is a specific form and a specific sign, and we worship basing on that form of our own imagination.
కోదండపాణి అంటే రాములు అని ఒక అర్థం.
Kodandapani means Rama.
జటాజూటములు ధరించి గంగను శిరస్సుపై ఉంచుకున్నటువంటి వాడంటే ఇతను ఈశ్వరుడు అని ఒక అర్థం.
The one with the four locks and Ganga, the Ganges above, is Lord
శంఖ
Shiva.
చక్ర గదా పద్మములు ధరించినటువంటి వాడు విష్ణువు అని.
The one with conch, the mace and wheel is Vishnu.
శిఖపించములు ధరించినటువంటి వాడు మురళిని చేపట్టినటువంటి వాడు కృష్ణుడు అని.
The one with peacock feather and flute is Lord Krishna.
వీణా వాణి అనేటువంటిది సరస్వతి అని.
Saraswati has Veena.
ఈ విధంగా ఒక్కొక్కరి వారి యొక్క చిహ్నమును పురస్కరించుకొని ఆరాధన సల్పుతూ వచ్చేటువంటి వారు.
All the four different deities are worshipped basing on the insignia they have.
ఈ విధంగా కొన్ని చిహ్నములు మాత్రమే ధరించి తద్వారా దైవాన్ని ఆరాధిస్తూ వచ్చారు.
They worship all these signs which go to the divine as per their own idea.
ఒకటి రూపమని, రెండవది నామమని.
One is the form, the other is the name.
ఈ రూపనామమును ఆధారం చేసుకుని ఆరాధిస్తూ వచ్చారు.
They worship basing on these
ఈ
two,
రూపనామములు
name and
రెండు కూడా
form.
ఒకదానితో ఒకటి చేరినప్పుడే దివ్యత్వం అనేది ఆవిర్భవిస్తుంది.
Unless there is perfect combination of the name and form, you don't find the divinity originating there.
ఇక నిదానవతి అనేటువంటిది మరొకటి.
The next one is Nidanavati.
ఈ నిదానవతి అనేటువంటి దాన్ని ఒక విధమైనటువంటి యొక్క సాధనల కింద మార్చుకుంటూ వచ్చారు.
Nidanavati is a spiritual practice sadhana undertaken.
నవవిధ మార్గములు అని కూడా బోధించారు.
Also 9 paths of devotion.
ఈ విధమైన మార్గముల చేతనే భగవంతుని చింతిస్తూ స్మరిస్తూ వారు గమ్యాన్ని చేరుకుంటూ వచ్చారు.
Following these 9 paths of devotion, they think of God, they think of Him, and then
ఉపాసన అనగా ఏమిటి?
what do you mean by upasana?
అనగా తన గమ్యాన్ని తాను చేరుకోవటమే ఉపాసన యొక్క శక్తి.
Upasana worship means that which takes you to
తన
the
లక్ష్యాన్ని
goal.
తాను సాధించడమే ఉపాసన యొక్క శక్తి.
To achieve the aim is the power of worship.
కనుకనే
Upasana.
లక్ష్యాన్ని ఏనాటికి కూడా నువ్వు మరవకూడదు.
We should never forget our
మార్పు
objective.
సాధించుకోకూడదు.
We should never change.
ఇలాంటి మార్పు కలిగినటువంటి యొక్క లక్ష్యాన్ని మనం సాధిస్తూ రావాలి.
We should never change our aim or goal.
ప్రాచీన కాలం నుండి ఈ వేద విహితమైనటువంటి మార్గమును పురస్కరించుకొని దైవాన్ని ఆరాధిస్తూ దివ్యత్వాన్ని పొందగలుగుతూ వచ్చారు ఆనాటి సాధకులు.
Aspirants then followed the culture of Bharat, adhered to all the procedure laid out in Veda and could attain divinity.
కానీ దేశకాల పరిస్థితుల ప్రభావాన్ని పురస్కరించుకొని నేటి యువకులు యందు ఇట్టి పవిత్రమైనటువంటి యొక్క సాధనలు విస్మరిస్తూ వచ్చారు.
With the passage of time, as an effect of the modern times, these spiritual practices are not known to modern youth.
ఏమిటి? రాళ్ళు దేవుళ్ళు అవుతారా?
How do you consider stone a god?
చెట్లు దేవుళ్ళు అవుతారా?
How do you consider a tree a
పుట్టలు దేవుళ్ళు
god?
అవుతారా?
How do you consider ant hill divine?
పశువులు దేవుళ్ళు అవుతారా?
How can you consider
ఈ
animal
విధమైనటువంటి
god?
ప్రశ్నలు వేస్తూ వచ్చారు.
They put such sort of questions.
ఇది కేవలము సంకుచితమైనటువంటి భావములే.
It's narrow-minded feeling.
ఈశ్వర సర్వభూతానాం అనేటువంటి దాని యొక్క అంతరార్థం ఏమిటి?
What is the inner significance when we say that God is present in
సర్వభూతములు
all?
ఎందుకు కూడా ఉంటుండాలి.
God is present in all.
దీనినే సైన్స్ లోపల కూడాను ప్రతి పదార్థం ఎందుకు కూడాను ఐటమ్ ఉంటున్నది.
This science declares that matter is made up of atoms.
ఈ అణుశక్తి అనేటువంటిది లేకుండా ఏ పదార్థం కూడాను ఆవిర్భవించదు.
Without this latent atomic power, you don't expect any matter.
కనుక మట్టిలో ఉంటుండాలి, చెట్టులో ఉండాలి, పుట్టలో ఉంది, గుట్టలో ఉంది.
Therefore you find present divinity in an anthill, on the mountain top,
ఈ
in a
శక్తి
tree.
మాత్రం అన్నిటి ఎందుకు ఉండదని మీరు వాదించినప్పుడు ఈ దివ్య శక్తి ఎందుకు అన్నిటి ఎందుకు ఉండదు?
When you say that there is atomic power everywhere, why not the divine power?
కనుకనే ఆ ప్రాచీన కాలం నుండి కూడాను అంతా రామమయం, ఈ జగమంతా రామమయం అని ప్రచారం చేస్తూ వచ్చారు.
Since ancient times, it was widely propagated that Rama is present everywhere,
కానీ
all over the
ఈనాటి
universe.
యువకులు యందు అంతా సైన్స్ మయం, ఈ జగమంతా సైన్స్ మయం అన్నారు.
But modern youth consider that the whole universe is filled with science.
ఏమిటి ఈ సైన్స్ అంటే?
What is this science?
ఈ సైన్స్ లో ఉన్నంత అమాయకత్వము అజ్ఞానము మరొక దాని యందు లేదు.
The science is full of ignorance and innocence.
ఈ సైన్స్ అనేటువంటిది ఎక్కువ డెవలప్ చేసుకున్నామని విజ్ఞానం అనేటువంటి దాన్ని అవి అమితంగా పెంచుకున్నామని, సాంకేతిక విజ్ఞాన శాస్త్రాన్ని విరివిగిరిగా పెంచినామని అనుకుంటున్నారు. కానీ దీంతో పాటు అజ్ఞానం కూడా పెరుగుతూ వస్తున్నటువంటి సత్యాన్ని మరవకుండా చూసుకోవాలి.
You think that science has progressed, technology has improved, but at the same time never forget there is a rise of ignorance also.
కనుకనే ఈ ప్రజ్ఞాన విజ్ఞాన అజ్ఞానములు కూడాను జంట పక్షుల వలె ఒకదానికోటి వెంటబడుతుంటాయి.
Therefore we find the three birds, one of the science and one of spiritual knowledge and one of awareness, they follow.
ఈ రియాలిటీకి ఒక షాడో అనేటువంటిది వెంటాడుతుంటాది.
The reality will always be accompanied by a shadow.
కాన మనము దేని యందైనా కూడాను దైవ విషయం లోపల మాత్రం ఒక పట్టుదలతో మనం సాధిస్తూ రావాలి.
Therefore in respect of God and spiritual path,
ఏదో బజార్లో పోయేటువంటి వాడంతా చెప్తే దానంతా నమ్ముకోవటము.
We should not go by all that is said by those fellows that walk along the street.
ఏదో ఒక విధమైనటువంటి ఒక ఎల్లయ్య మల్లయ్య అని చెప్పినంటే దాన్నంతా మనం నమ్మటము.
You should not believe what all that is said by Tom, Dick and Harry.
ఇలాంటి దీన్నంతా మనం అనుసరించకూడదు.
You should not follow that.
ఈనాడు చూడండి, దైవం అంటే ఎవరు నమ్మరు.
No one will believe God now.
ఈ పిచ్చి పిచ్చి నావల్స్ అంతా రాస్తుంటారు, దీన్ని నమ్ముతారు.
They read all mad novels, dirty novels.
ఈ అంతేకాదు, ఈ వారపత్రికలంతా నమ్ముతుంటాము.
They believe newspapers.
ఏదో ఒకరు పిచ్చివాడు వచ్చేసి జ్యోతిష్యం అంటే దాన్నంతా నమ్ముతుంటాము.
If an astrologer tells you something, you'll believe
ఇంకా
it.
కొంతమంది తయారవుతున్నారు ఇప్పుడు.
There are some more fellows now.
సాయిబాబా మాకంతా శక్తినిచ్చాడని నామాదిని తల పెట్టుకోవటము, గౌను వేసుకోవటము, ఈ విధంగా కూడా కొంచెం నటన చేస్తూ వస్తున్నారు.
There are some useless fellows who take upon the form and grow the hair, put on the dress like Baba. Foolish fellows, number one type.
సాయిబాబా ఇచ్చే శక్తులు కాదు, పుచ్చుకునే శక్తులు కాదు.
The power of Sai Baba cannot be given.
ఇలాంటి వాటినంతా కూడా నమ్మి అనేక మంది చాలా మోసపోతున్నారు.
Many people believe such things and are deceived and betrayed.
ఇలాంటి దానికి పోకూడదు.
We should not go in
ఇది
this
ఒక
way.
ఇచ్చేది పుచ్చుకునేటువంటిది కాదు.
It's neither given nor accepted.
మీ యొక్క విశ్వాసంతో మీరు సాధించాలి.
You should achieve with your faith.
కనుక
So,
నిజమైనటువంటి భక్తి ప్రపత్తులంటే తమ యొక్క విశ్వాసం ఒకే మానసిగా ఒకే రీతిగా అంత్యం వరకు సాధిస్తూ రావాలి.
true faith requires you to have one pointed attention, the principle of unity.
అది నిజమైనటువంటి స్థిర భక్తి, అనన్య భక్తి.
That is the stable devotion, the devotion which is steady.
అప్పుడే చలించని మనసు, భ్రమించని దృష్టి మనలో ఏర్పడుతుంది.
Then only you will have that unwavering mind and steady concentrated attention.
దైవ విషయంలో చాలా అవసరం.
It's very essential in
దైవం
respect of
ఎన్నో
God.
బాధలు పెడుతుంటాడు.
God will put
దైవం
you to
పెట్టడం
suffering.
కాదది, నువ్వు భావిస్తున్నావు.
God will never put you to suffering. You think
దైవం
so.
ఏది అనుగ్రహించడు.
God will never do anything.
అన్నిటికీ నీ సాక్షిభూతుడై ఉంటుంటాడు.
God is only witness.
నీ కర్మలే నీకు కష్టములుగా రూపొందుతున్నాయి.
Your actions will give you suffering.
కనుక దానికి కూడా నువ్వు ఏమాత్రం కూడా నువ్వు జంకగా కుంకక దాటుకొని పోవాలి.
You should not be depressed or frustrated. You should resist.
ఏదొచ్చినా నా మంచి కోసమే. ఇట్ ఈస్ గుడ్ ఫర్ మీ.
Anything may happen. It's good for me. You should feel
అన్ని
so.
నా మంచి కోసమే, నా మంచి కోసమే నిర్ధారించాలి.
Whatever may happen, everything should be
ఆ
viewed for your
విధమైనటువంటి
good.
గాఢ విశ్వాసంతో ఉండినప్పుడే మనం అన్నింటినీ సాధిస్తాం.
If you have total faith, you will achieve anything in this world.
ఇక్కడ అక్కడ ఊరికి తిరిగి కాలమును కర్మను కార్యము వ్యర్థం చేసుకోవటం, కట్టబట్టికి ధనాన్ని కూడా వ్యర్థం చేసుకోవటం.
If you go on moving hither and thither, you will be wasting your energy, you will be wasting your time, you will be wasting your money and the body.
కనుక ఒకే భావంతోనే మనము దైవాన్ని సాధిస్తూ రావాలి.
You should have single pointed attention, unwavering faith.
సాయి ప్రబోధ ఒక్కటే, భజనలు భజనలు భజనలు.
Sai teaching is only one, bhajan, singing His
భగవత్
glory.
నామస్మరణ చేస్తే చాలు.
Just sing the glory of God.
ప్రేమతో చెయ్యాలి.
Sing His glory with love.
ఆ ప్రేమతో చేస్తే ఎక్కడ ఉన్నట్టుగాను నీవు దాన్ని సాధించగలవు.
If you sing His glory with love, you can achieve anything in this world, wherever you may be.
ముదిత మనసే కహో రామ 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 శ్రీ రామ రామ రామ. ప్రేమ ముదిత మనసే కహో రామ 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 శ్రీ రామ రామ రామ.
ప్రేమ ముదిత మనసే కహో రామ 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 రామ
घटे दुख मिटे लेत राम नाम
पाप घटे दुख मिटे लेत राम नाम
भव समुद्र सुखद नाव एक राम नाम
भव समुद्र सुखद नाव एक राम नाम.
Thank you all. We will take a quick 15-minute break in the middle of a festival of gratitude and love. Let us plan to resume back in the main hall and listen to a few more stories of Swami's blessings and love in people's lives. Sai Ram.
Are you bringing it with you? You're bringing this with all your stuff with you?
listen.
You want to sing about it? It's not on. Where'd you go? Srinivas. It's not on. It's not on. Srikant. I can start, but it's not on. It's not on.
राम राम भजो मन हरे हरे राम राम भजो मन हरे हरे साई राम भजो मन हरे हरे
साई राम भजो मन हरे हरे
साई राम भजो मन हरे हरे
साई राम भजो मन हरे हरे
राम राम भजो मन हरे हरे
राम राम भजो मन हरे हरे
रघुपति राजा राम राम
रघुपति राजा राम राम
रघुपति राजा राम राम
रघुपति राजा राम राम
पतित पावन सीताराम
पतित पावन सीताराम
पतित पावन सीताराम
पतित पावन सीताराम
साई राम भजो मन हरे हरे
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 राम राम भजो मन हरे हरे साई राम भजो मन हरे हरे राम राम भजो मन हरे हरे रघुपति राजा राम राम पतित पावन सीताराम साई राम भजो मन हरे हरे साई राम भजो मन हरे हरे साई राम भजो मन हरे हरे राम राम भजो मन हरे हरे
Sai Ram, dear brothers and sisters, welcome back. We are at part 2 of our grand festival of expressing our gratitude to our dear beloved Bhagwan Baba. We have a few more people that are going to come and share their stories of love and gratitude with us. And first up is our very own Shravani. She's been blessed to have been born into a spiritual family and has been a Sai devotee since a very young age. She attended and graduated from the Glendale SSC program and is currently a fourth-year medical student studying medicine at the Western University of Health Services. And she is going to take on so many more roles for us as a YA. We are thrilled to have her share her story.
I offer my most humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our beautiful Swami. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, Sayam to all of you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Shravani, and I'm from Region 8. I'm so fortunate to be able to say that I grew up in a family where Swami was very much the focal point of our entire life from when I was a child. And I'm so fortunate to have been able to attend the Arcadia Sai Center in Glendale SSC. And today I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to share a few words with all of you on this beautiful occasion of Aradhana Day. And I'm even more grateful to do so in the presence of so many of the people that I look up to most in my life as true examples of Swami's love and Swami's service. Today, I would like to take just a few minutes to talk about Swami's presence that he's had in my life so far and the impact that it's had to lead me to strengthen that foundation of faith, to believe that he's always truly with me and that he's omnipresent. In 2007, I was given the opportunity to be a part of the regional Christmas play. And, you know, Swami always says, you take one step towards me and I'll take 100 steps towards you. And I feel like this was the first moment in my life where I really was able to see that come together. For countless months leading up to Christmas, all of the kids, all of our parents, all of our teachers, we worked tirelessly to make this play that revolved around the story of the birth of baby Jesus so immaculately perfect, so that we could offer it to Swami as our love and our devotion to him. And so I even remember a few families used to drive from San Diego to Glendale every weekend over the course of months to make this happen. And so as the time approached, as Christmas grew closer and we went to Parthi, Swami blessed us so much that trip by not only allowing us to perform for him, but also he called each and every one of us children that were part of that play to him and gifted us with a chocolate gold coin. And if you ask any of us that were there during that trip, we'll all tell you that even though there were thousands and thousands of people in the hall, in the moment where we went up to Swami, it was just the two of us. He would look at us with so much love and so much happiness that it was just like we were all so overwhelmed with emotion. And this led us to have even more desire to grow closer to Swami. And in 2008, we were once again given the opportunity to put together another play for him. And this time, I was chosen to be one of the girls who would go up to Swami and offer him a rose at the beginning of the play. And I remember as I walked up to Swami and knelt in front of his chair and extended my arm with that one rose, just looking at him and seeing the smile that he had on his face as he extended his arm to accept that rose. And even though there were no words exchanged in this, I truly feel in that moment that Swami had promised me that he was always going to be by my side for the rest of my life. And once again, Swami blessed us so tremendously by allowing us to perform this play for him. And after we had wrapped up the play, he came down to where we were where we had performed, and he gave Pada Namaskar to each and every one of the children that was there. And he gifted all the girls with saris and all the boys with white clothes. And I remember on both of these occasions, in 2007 and 2008, the night before our plays, Swami had given a divine discourse. And in both of those occasions, Swami had outlined what the synopsis of our play was going to be the next day. And I remember all of us kids just staring at each other in awe and not being able to believe that Swami had known what we were going to do, that he had predicted the future. And I think this all led us to believe that all of the lessons that our Bal Vikas teachers were teaching us, that Swami is all-knowing and that he's always with us, was actually true. And though I grew up in California and have only seen Swami a very small handful of times, it was these experiences that built that connection and that desire to always remain close to him and to start to build that faith that he was always with us. And as I grew older and as Swami left his physical presence, it was those moments that allowed me to have that confidence that no matter what happened, his hand was always going to be in our lives. Today, I wanted to take just 2 examples of the times that I have felt his presence so tremendously in my life. The first one was my senior year of high school. It's a time where all of us are slightly confused because we don't know where we want to go for college. And for me, I didn't know if where I was applying or where I wanted to be was necessarily where Swami had wanted me to be. And so I remember having conversations with my parents and my teachers and my friends, but this confusion always was just in my mind, like, how do I know, Swami, that you want me to be where I am? And so I came to realize that the only way was for me to get that answer from Swami. I needed to have that answer from Swami to clear that confusion. So I started talking to him over the period of weeks. Swami, tell me where you want me to go. Because I wanted to be 100% sure of the fact that wherever I ended up was where he wanted me to be. And a few weeks later, I had a dream. And in this dream, my parents and I were all sitting in our home at our altar, looking up at Swami's picture. And I was holding a brown envelope in my hand. And as I opened the envelope and pulled out this piece of paper, it had said, "Congratulations on your acceptance to Nova Southeastern University." And when I woke up, I remember being very confused because I had never heard of this college. I didn't know if it existed. And so I did my quick little Google search, and not only did it exist, but it had everything that I wanted in a college, including a very strong pre-medical curriculum, job opportunities, research opportunities. And now as I look back at my experience through undergrad, I come to realize that it was the biggest blessing that I could have had in my life because of the tremendous amount of learning that I was able to do while I was there. The second example happened not too long ago. I've always known that I've wanted to work with children in some capacity because I feel like they're the truest examples of Swami's divine love, and I feel like I'm able to feel their presence, feel Swami's presence so greatly whenever I'm around children. And so one night, one of our family friends had come over to dinner, and she had started talking to me about some of the experiences that she had with Swami and some of the experiences that she had as an SSC teacher in South Africa. And I remember being so touched by everything that she was telling me, and I said to her, I hope one day that I can have the opportunity that you have to be able to work with these children and feel Swami's love and also have a positive impact on their life. And that conversation ended, and I didn't really think much more of it. And a week went by, and I got a call from Shravani auntie, who was one of my SSC teachers. And we started talking, and she asked me if I would be willing to come in and speak to her girls about the impact that faith had in my life as a college student. And we talked about a few other things, and towards the end of that conversation, she had asked me if I would want to teach SSE at the Glendale SSE Center. And up until that point, every time I have consciously felt Swami's presence, it was because I connected to him and asked him through my prayers. But this was the first time that I truly began to realize that Swami's not only listening to our prayers to him, but he's listening to every conversation that we're having. And it really just instilled this pillar of faith in his omnipresence. And now, as I think back about what I can do every day to stay connected to him, to use him as that source of happiness and that source of love, I think back to the values I learned during SSE, the importance of tolerance, kindness, being non-judgmental, and seeing Swami in not only every one, but every situation that I'm faced with. And so it is my prayer to Swami that moving forth, I'm able to connect to him and plug into him as my source, to learn from the great examples of his love that I have been so fortunate to be surrounded with, and to always continue to build that faith that he will be there with me every step of the way as my best friend. Thank you, and Sai Ram.
Thank you, Shravani. What a wonderful story. It's a reminder that Swami is our past, our present, and our future. I'm going to invite the next speaker to come and share his story, but a quick announcement. We hope you don't leave, but whenever you do, you should have received a memento with your badge, and if you didn't, please do collect one. And there will be a photographer available to take pictures should you want to take one before you leave. Now, with that announcement out of the way, I would love to welcome Brother Srinivas, Mantri Pragada. He started his involvement in the American Sathya Sai organization in 1980. And over the years, he has served in many different capacities: center president, regional educational coordinator, teacher trainer, and he is currently a faculty member of the Institute of the Sathya Sai Education here in the United States. Welcome.
My loving pranams at Bhagavan's lotus feet. Sai Ram, brothers and sisters, dear young adults, and dear children. Many years ago, I received a message from Swami, heard and internalized it. And I want to share that with all of you, especially the older children, SSC children, and the young adults, the younger young adults, because the others probably have experienced it already, but these are the ones who are the future. So, this was in the early 80s, and I was in Prashanthi Nilayam. There was a conference going on, a conference of active workers of the Sri Sathya Sai Seva organizations. In those days, they allowed people from overseas to just walk into any conference or meeting that was going on, and they were welcome. So I walked into this conference that was going on, and the heads of different regions in the country, India, were giving reports of all the seva work that was done in their region. Swami was there listening to all of their reports. At the end of all of those reports being given, Swami gave his discourse and he blasted them. And he said, all of you are exaggerating whatever was done. You were not fully involved with whatever was going on. And he asked all of them to relinquish their posts. And what he said after that is very significant for us. He said, because I have removed you from your posts, don't give up the organization. And this is what I want all of you to hear, especially the young ones. He said, every devotee has a one-to-one connection with Swami. But if you are serving in Swami's organization, you have a double connection. That really stayed with me, and ever since then, I have tried my best to involve myself in the Sathya Sai organization with a position or without. So what does this, we all know what that one-to-one connection is. Swami is always with us. He guides us through our difficult times, through our dilemmas. He guards us. We know all of that. We have had so many miracles happen in our lives in different ways. But what is this double connection? I'll narrate an incident that happened in 2000. We were a large group of SSE children, young adults, the families of these youngsters, us teachers, a number of center members, and so forth. We all came with a presentation. We had worked very, very hard. Shravani gave us some idea of what it takes for us to prepare for these. And we arrived in Parthi, and Swami gave us permission to give the presentation in his presence in the Purnachandra Auditorium. My task was to be behind the scenes, allowing the children, telling them when to go and act their part or say their words. And when it was all over, a gentleman at the back, an assistant of Swami's, he gave me a tray and said, you stand right behind, once you get onto the stage, stand right behind with this arati tray and give it to whoever was designated to give the arati. So I entered, stood there, right near the entrance, come exit. And Swami was in the audience. He came up, he blessed the children, he took pictures with them, he created a ring for one of the boys. And then he was walking backstage, or walking towards the exit. And he was doing that in order to tell his assistant backstage to get clothes to be given to the children. As he passed me, and I was right next to where he was going to exit, and I was kind of standing like this, and he looked at me and said, very nice, very nice. And he was about to disappear, and I was caught by surprise, total surprise, and I blurted out, thank you. And when he passed, I realized the immensity of the mistake that I had made. I had acknowledged doership of this successful program to the Lord of the universe. And then within seconds, he was back. He was, again, as he passed me, he looked at me and said, very nice. And this time, I knew what to say. In Telugu, I said, Swami, మొదటి నుంచి ఆఖరి దాకా అంతా మీ అనుగ్రహమే. Which means, from beginning to the end, this has all been your grace. And he had already passed me. He turned, and in Telugu he said, yes. So that is an indication of the double connection. We strive, put in the sincere effort, we try and work in unity, and we work in a disciplined way. But after that, once we make that effort, he takes over, and everything is his grace. And that is amazing. So here's the difference. One-to-one, we are blessed. We feel Swami's grace on us when we are experiencing these miraculous events. But when you experience that joy for yourself, and you see all of these other members of the group experience that joy too, that multiplies that joy 1,000,000 times. So if it was grace in that one-to-one connection that we all have, this is amazing grace. And many of you have experienced it already. You have worked in the organization, you worked for Swami, and you have seen the results. You have felt that grace, amazing grace, over and over. And I too, with my feeble efforts, I too have experienced that. And my path and everyone's path is different. Even if I want to make clear this. It doesn't matter what we do, and many of our speakers have said this. It doesn't matter what we do, how we serve Swami. It's all service, and Swami doesn't look at how important the task is or not, or whether you're a leader or a follower. It makes no difference to Swami. It's the sincerity of the heart and the effort that you put in. So, as I said, I've experienced it many times, and I'll give you some examples. This same presentation in 2000, Swami had scheduled it for the day after Guru Purnima, but when we came with the children, all made up and dressed and all of that, the doors of Purnachandra were closed, there was nothing happening. So we just took the children back. We had already told them, Swami's seen your rehearsals. If he chooses to, he'll watch it in person again, but he's right here watching your rehearsal. So no disappointment for the children. So I took them back. We were practicing with them. In the evening, the word came that the next day we could have the performance. Look at Swami's grace. If we had had that presentation on the day it was scheduled for, it would have been a disaster. Because we had multiple backdrops which had to move, slide one behind the other and so forth. That evening that we should have had would have had the presentation, one of our engineers, one of the engineer parents amongst us, he had a thought. He said, I'm not quite sure we did that right. And none of us had any inkling why Swami had canceled it. So he went back, he realized there was a mistake, he fixed it. Look at Swami's grace. He allowed the function to happen, everything went smoothly. And again, on these many trips that we've been to Swami with SSC children, young adults, with presentations, every time he allowed us, because we met those criteria, right? We were working for Swami, we had sincerity of purpose, we worked hard, there was unity amongst us, and we were disciplined. So, one Christmas celebration, the ones that Shravani mentioned were 2007 and 2008, but this one was in 2013. And that time, we had the play all ready, the backdrops were very nice, everything was taken care of. We had the recording all done, but we didn't have the main character or the other characters. We were short. We were hoping to find young people there in Puttaparthi to take them in, but the days were passing by and we didn't have them. And what happened ultimately was 3 young men, Group 4 Bal Vikas students, arrived from Australia. And the amazing thing was, though none of them had any experience in acting, not even in school dramas, they were convinced by their Group 4 teacher who came with them to join, and they did. One of them looked exactly like the main character in the play, and we made these backdrops, and there was a painting, the artist's imagination of what the main character would look like, and he looked exactly like that. And he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job, and the play was a success. Again and again and again we saw. I could be here for an hour talking to you about all the wonderful things that happened. I'll end with one more incident. In 2019, just before COVID, we went with the Christmas play. From the beginning, it was not easy at all. But the beautiful thing was we had enough experience to know that Swami is going to take care of all the obstacles that arose, and he did. And he did. Writing the play itself, we had 2.5 months, struggled for 2 months, nothing happened. Finally, in that last half month, it all came together. And then we put out the word for actors, and we needed 4 SSC kids as actresses. We put out the word, and we had a handful. With all our efforts, even with the message going out all over the world for the Christmas play, we had just a handful of actors. And we arrived in Parthi, ready with everything else. And luckily this time, we had a group of Balvika's kids from Mauritius. And luckily some of them were tall enough to pass off as young adults, because these were mature men that they had to look like. So, and then we recruited a couple of South African youngsters who were working on the decorations. But what we were missing was a Jesus who was a central character in the play. And there were lots of volunteers, but they were all brown-skinned like me. And I didn't want that. The conception that we all have, or many have, is that Jesus looks Caucasian in all the pictures that we see and all of that. So I wanted a Caucasian Jesus for the role. And we put out the word. There were only two Caucasian young people around in the ashram at that time. One of them was a Brazilian, the other was from Siberia. The Brazilian knew English, but he was going to be leaving very soon, so he couldn't stay for the play. The Siberian, he had arrived just a few days before, knew very little about Swami or India, and he spoke little English. And there were lines and acting. So I showed him the script. He took out his dictionary, spent an hour reading the script, and he said, I like the message. And he agreed to play the part of Jesus. And we knew so many times, in so many instances, Swami was right there taking care. His amazing grace was with us. And needless to say, the play went off well, and I'm sure Swami was happy as well. So, again, the older SSC students, the younger young adults, do keep this message in mind. I pray that you do, and that you too experience this amazing grace. Sai Ram.
In connection with Swami, and now you've just given us something else to strive for, a double connection with Swami. Thank you. I would like to invite Sister Pragnya Aleko to come and share her story. She was lucky to be born into a Sai family and is an alumni of the Sri Sathya Sai schools in both Puttaparthi and Ooty. She's a water sanitation engineer and has focused most of her career working in the humanitarian relief sector in Asia, Europe, North America, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Welcome.
Pranams at Swami's lotus feet, revered elders, dear brothers and sisters. Sairam to everybody. I'm very lucky because I was born into a family that knew about Swami even before I was born. In fact, I was raised, they say that, you are a village, it takes a village to raise a child. In addition to Swami raising me, which I'm very grateful for, it was this community actually that raised me up. Many of them have known me since I was very, very small and have seen me grow up and were there for me through all the summers when I would come back between school years. I think I was in first grade. I was 5 years old when I gave my first talk in front of Swami. I would say that was my peak of my speaking career, so I consider yourselves warned. All that, they would always say, oh, who's the one who can actually stand up and speak fearlessly? That, they would all point to me. That fearlessness is gone. I'm a little bit nervous, but much more than that, I think Swami would always say to the youth, be selfless, be fearless, and most of all, be shameless when it comes to doing good work. I am not fearless completely. I don't know if I'm selfless also completely. And one thing I'm very good at is being shameless. So that has served me well. When I was in 10th standard, I was a bit of a difficulty focusing as a child. Always running around, had too much energy, and the teachers found it very difficult to keep me in check. I think my father is somewhere, he can attest to what a difficult child I could have been. And what was beautiful is, in the middle of all that, I think those of you who've gone to school in India know that 10th standard is a very difficult age. That's the point where you decide the rest of your career and your life. And I was very fortunate that Swami had given us an interview and he told me study maths or mathematics, physics, chemistry, and become an engineer. When I came back to school and announced this to the teachers, they went on strike practically, because usually that subject matter is, dedicated to kids who are really good in school. I wasn't. I'd gotten 99 out of 100 in Sanskrit and English, but if you looked at my math and physics and chemistry or science scores, they were not very good. So I remember when my mom came for the parent-teacher conference meeting with the principal, she declared to her, she says, "Madam, are you sure Swami told her to study this?" And I was very proudly standing there and confidently. And my mom, of course, said, yes, she has definitely been told to study this. My principal immediately said, "What, madam? She has no brains. There's no brains in her head. How do you expect her to study this?" And the teachers were protesting so much that in 11th standard, they got so frustrated with me that they had me sit outside the classroom. Not that that really helps. That actually had the opposite effect, because, a month later when I came back inside the classroom, I didn't understand anything that they were teaching. So it was kind of interesting that with all of that, and this is my request to everybody who's here, if you feel something in your heart and you believe in it and you have faith in Swami, just go do it. Don't think twice about it, because it will manifest. If Swami has said something will happen, it will happen. No matter what you think, you just have to put the effort and the faith forward and it will happen. And that has led to, obviously, now I'm an engineer. And I've been very fortunate to actually go to very good schools. And I would say the only person who's been responsible for that is Swami. So my second point about that fearlessness part, I was asked to actually speak about my recent experiences in Turkey. Coincidentally, so I've been doing relief work or disaster relief work. I'm a water sanitation engineer. And I've spent many years doing this in the developing world. But for some reason, Turkey ended up being a bit special. I was coincidentally here when the Prana Pratishtha was happening on February 6th. At the end of the day, I was sitting in the back and I got a text message immediately on my phone saying, because I have alerts, the minute that there's a big disaster, the current organization I work for, They send me out into the field almost within 24 hours of, actually as soon as possible. Within 12 hours of any disaster, I have to get on a plane and leave. And my job, wherever I go, is to help set up kitchens so that we can help feed people hot meals in disaster zones. Right now, the way that most of this feeding is done is with MREs, or meals ready to eat. I think everybody knows. I can assure you that it is not tasty. It's something that is necessary, but it's not tasty. And there's nothing so comforting as a warm meal when you're in a very difficult place in your life, a home-cooked meal. So I was here. I actually still have my the protection band actually that was here that I tied when we were doing the Prana Pratishta. I remember looking at that the minute that the text came. I knew immediately that it would be a very bad disaster instantly. I trained as a civil engineer. I also took earthquake engineering or was involved in that. So I knew at some level just how bad the situation was, and it was. In my career, in the 20 years I've been doing this, this is by far the worst disaster I have ever experienced or witnessed. Immediately I told somebody I have to get on the next plane. I told my dad we had to leave at exactly that time, and I left. The very first plane I could get on, I got on. I only had hand carry luggage with me. I didn't speak any Turkish. I've never worked in Turkey before. And I remember on the way, Swami, one thing he has always said is, you need to make yourself available. And this is again for all the youth I'm saying, make yourself available. And what I mean by that is just like the flute, Swami says, hollow it out. The whole goal of that is, it starts it's a lifelong process. It doesn't start at any age. I happened to start, I was very lucky, many births ago, I think. And that is what is playing out now. But you have to keep cleaning it out constantly. And as I got on that plane, I was terrified. If anybody assumes that even after 20 years this is easy for me, it's not. I think you may or may not know I was going into a zone that had a huge refugee problem from Syria. Turkey has become one of the largest refugee countries in the world between issues with Syria, a Ukrainian and Russian population that has moved in, also seeking help from, or solace or asylum from the war. And then there's also, especially Islamic countries where you have out of Mali and Burkina Faso and a lot of the countries that have huge Muslim populations, when they leave, the country of their choice is always Turkey. I don't know if everybody knows that. So I was walking into an area that was already going through a lot. Then on top of that, you had this earthquake. And it wasn't just one earthquake. The earth had not and still hasn't stopped shaking from the day that it started. That first day, the first two earthquakes that happened. When I got there, I had no clue what was going on. But this is the beauty of how Swami works. At that point, I just prayed. I said, Swami, please help me. These are your people. I can just offer myself. What can I do? And literally 10 minutes later, so just so you know, on the plane, people were crying. It was like their 9/11. I took Turkish Airlines, so everybody was very shaken up. The people who were in the plane, the staff, the flight staff, were all actually going into the background and crying because almost everybody had lost somebody already. And in Turkey, every single person that I've come across has lost somebody in the earthquake zone. The earthquake zone is about the size of Germany, and anywhere up to 20 million people have been affected. So as soon as I got there, or on the way, I was praying. 10 minutes later, somebody contacted me. I had free Wi-Fi. Somebody contacted me and said, I have friends in Turkey. One person, can I help you? And I said, I just need some cold weather clothing. I need a jacket. I don't have a jacket. And it was freezing. There was a snowstorm over there. So I just said, if somebody can lend me, and I told you I was going with hand carry luggage from Los Angeles. Here the weather is so nice. So I didn't have a really warm or a cold jacket. He said, let me see. He reached out. It turned out that this person also knew Swami. They showed up. I didn't know this. They showed up at the airport in Istanbul with a jacket, and not just one jacket, a huge suitcase full of stuff, and said, whatever you don't use, give it away. And then she asked me, what are you doing here? Do you speak Turkish? No, I don't speak Turkish. Do you know how to cook? No, I don't know how to cook. Okay, and you're a girl too. That's going to be difficult where you're going. I said, I know. So she said, how about I help you a little bit? I know a few people. I'll try to set you up. I said, okay, whatever you give me. And I'd already done enough research, so I had some sort of idea of what needed to be done, but I wasn't really sure how things would work out. And it just was, Swami, this is up to you. You decide. From there, things just sort of played out. It was so beautiful. I got a ticket. The Turkish government, which by the way is a police state at this point, had put lots of barriers in terms of entry. They only wanted doctors, and at that point, for the first week, only doctors and search and rescue crews were allowed at that time. And then there was random me going in the middle, trying to find a way in. And I don't know what made people actually want to help me. I got a ticket. I flew. As soon as I flew on en route, the person in Istanbul had told me that she knew somebody in the area that I was going to, which was the earthquake zone. They showed up. Over the whole night, that family had stayed up. Everything was closed. They'd stayed up making 2,000 sandwiches. 2,000 sandwiches. There was nothing. There's no water, no power. Power was out. People were living in their cars because all the buildings had collapsed. Anybody who could leave had left. And as soon as I landed, this family greets me and said, look, you can stay with us. We have a small shed. There's 20 of us living there, women, and then there's another shed in which all the men are living. You'll stay with the 20 women. So I actually have pictures of this where we're all, I think my school experience of sleeping on the floor and being very squished together with each other, that all paid off. And from there, everything flowed. The day I landed, which was maybe about 24 hours after the earthquakes had happened, one of the first places I went to where there was incredible damage, they had just buried 951 people in a mass grave. So if you want to understand just the utter devastation that was happening there, imagine 951 people or bodies, from babies all the way to old people, just lying in a line, and then them having to do a mass burial of that. These are the sorts of things that I was seeing and dealing with from the very beginning. And in the middle of that, I had to find a way to set up a kitchen. And this family was there with me the entire way, and they helped set it up. That kitchen, by the way, now, to date, has done, we set up in a girls' school. The government kind of came along. To date, we have done 350,000 meals. It's all Swami. And I'm not saying that please, all of this belongs to Swami and the amazing Turkish population that came together. People were coming to me and saying, what do you need? You need water? I will find you something. Do you need food? What do you need? You need lentils? I'll go find a place to get lentils from. So it didn't matter what I needed. People were just coming out of the woodwork and asking me for things and saying, what do you need? You just tell us what to do. So it was just me being available, and I was just there. I was the foreigner who was running around there, and that for them meant something, and that energized the Turkish population to kind of come together. So that's kind of the story of that one kitchen. There were 7 in total that we helped set up. But this particular kitchen, I think, was special, and it's still open. It's still feeding people. And every single person who's working in that kitchen lost at least 6 family members. Our first 2 weeks that we were feeding, all the food went to funerals, sadly. But that was also I'm just trying to explain just how every single technician that came and did work in the kitchen to set up, they'd all lost people. One of the technicians who did the main fixing of the stoves for us, he had lost all 6 of his children. And he still showed up, and he said, sister, because you're doing this for my community and you're feeding my people, I know where it's going. I will also be eating from this. I will be honoring my children. At least there's a way that I can do something. So my point in the end is, if you make yourself available, Swami will find a way to work through you. He will. And so just be there, work towards that, and just say, Swami, use me however you want. And And I would say this, as scared as I am, if I can do it, anybody can do it. And also, so be fearless and definitely be selfless. So just come and say, Swami, just whatever you need, please work through me. That's it. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you, Sister Pragnya. May we all strive to be shameless, fearless, and selfless instruments to our beloved Bhagwan Baba. I'm sorry that we are running a little bit long, which, as Brother Arvind said, it's difficult to limit our stories. After all, we are talking about the Kalatitaya. He is beyond time. So we'll stay a little bit longer. We have a few more stories. But before we get our last two speakers, Dr. Phil Gosselin has a clip that he would love to share of Bhagwan Baba. Thank you.
International Archive Committee is encouraging people around the world to interview each other. We've heard so many incredible experiences in this conference, and they're all part of the historic record. But actually, each of our interactions with Swami are part of the historical record and should not be lost. And so sometimes these gems come up that are beneficial for the person being interviewed. They remember their connection with Swami, and also for the interviewee, and also for the center, and also for the friends, and also for the country, and also for the international historic record of Sathya Sai. So I wanted to share this clip. This is of an aged Italian devotee, longtime devotee, Guido Rivesti, and he tells about something simple and profound that I think will be useful for all of us. So, Sai Ram, thank you, enjoy.
E lui mi ha detto, ho fatto una cosa bellissima, perché mi ha messo una mano sulla spalla e mi ha detto: non ti preoccupare, io da adesso, io sarò sempre qui dove ho posato la mia mano, che è dentro di te. Qualsiasi cosa tu hai bisogno, chiedimi e io ti verrò incontro. Perché beh, Baba, quando saprò delle cose molto importanti le chiederò, però per adesso tu cerco di andare avanti per conto mio. Dice no, se tu perdi un mazzo di chiavi, mi chiamami e mi dici io ti farò trovare. Sai perché? Perché se tu perdi un mazzo di chiavi cominci a dire dove sono le mie chiavi, dov'è, cominci ad andare in giro, intanto l'orologio va avanti. Tutti i secondi, tutti i minuti che passano sono tutti minuti di vita buttati via, che potresti dedicare alla spiritualità, quindi io farò in modo che tu li possa trovare. E beh, dopodiché non sto a raccontare adesso, mi è successo proprio così, e proprio con un mazzo di chiavi, ma un anno dopo.
Contact the archives, because that will help us continue his presence for another millennia. Now I would like to invite Brother Martin Wagner. He was introduced to the teachings of Sri Sathya Sai Baba in the 80s and never left ever since. He's been a part of the Hollywood Center, was the center president for 4 years, and is currently the YA advisor for Region 8. Thank you, Brother Martin.
Dearest Swami, I offer my humble salutations at your divine lotus feet. I pray that you will speak through me. Dearest respected elders, dearest brothers and sisters, on this very auspicious Aradhana day, I extend to you all a very heartfelt Om Jai Sai Ram. What a blissful time it has been these last few days. Sai Premaniliam has been sort of inaugurated here with this massive event, and there's been so much effort by so many people. I'm so grateful to Swami for being the source behind it all. I'm so grateful to all the Sai devotees who've done all the legwork and all the heavy lifting to get this event to be where it is. Jai Saram, thank you so much. Also, I wanted to make one quick note I think is very important. I'm also very grateful to Swami for putting in place SSSIO leadership that, in spite of tremendous outside pressures and challenges, has remained steadfast in their dedication and commitment to ensure that the SSSIO, the very entity founded and nurtured by Swami, still is and always will be autonomous as it was intended by our beloved Swami. Dr. Reddy asked me to share some of my experiences and how I came to Swami, and I always love to hear about Leelas. Leonardo Guter is always one of my favorite speakers. He has a lot of stories and Leelas, so I'm going to also share a few of my stories. I know some of you may have heard me share before, so I apologize if there's a little bit of overlap. But back in the 80s, I was roommates with my dear brother Greg Slee, and it was through his mother that we were introduced to Sri Sathya Sai Baba. And initially, we thought, you know, two Western boys, we thought we kind of had to chuckle at it all. But then at some point, we started getting Baba dreams. Baba started appearing in our dreams, and at that point, as we like to say back in those days, that it was like being hit over the head with a 2x4. Swami made it very clear to us that this is something that we need to further investigate. And so we did. We started reading books and started talking about doing little save projects. We would go to convalescent homes and play music and give the elderly folks hot chocolate, things like that, very small little things. And whenever we would talk about these things, or if we would think about it, jasmine would appear, the fragrance, this beautiful fragrance of jasmine. Swami showing his omnipresence, showing us how he is with us and he is approving of the direction we were taking back in those days. As a young kid, I was baptized, but never went to church, wasn't raised religiously in any way, but I remember at some point as a very young kid in the Netherlands, riding my bike, thinking, if Jesus Christ is the Son of God, I want to know God. I want to know the Father. That was something, even though I was a tiny kid, it was something that somehow popped into my head. Little did I know at the time, of course, that many, many years later, I would be introduced to the Father, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. In that time, we were living in Santa Barbara. I went to the library to find out if I could see, back in those days there was no Google or anything like that, so we would go to a library, and I found a book written about Baba, and the author was Arnold Schulman, and that was the perfect first book for me to read. In that book, Arnold Schulman, at the end of the book, does not become a devotee, and to me, that actually gave a lot of credibility to the book. As I mentioned, we started getting dreams. My first dream was very impactful to me. In that dream, I'm with Swami, and Swami at some point puts his hand like this and materializes these gorgeous green, red, blue, and clear-colored stones heavenly, nothing like we see here, just absolutely heavenly. So I was blown away by that dream, and in that dream, after he does this, and there's this sort of twinkling, this celestial twinkling sound as they materialize, and when that happened, I fell flat forward and prostrated before him and said, "You are God, you are God, you are God." And that was, for me, really the beginning of my path to Swami. At that point, we went to the Sathya Sai Baba Center of Santa Barbara for the first time, and that was, for me, somewhat of a little bit of a culture shock, because it's not any way that I was used to worshiping God. And the following day, I was driving in my car and came to a stop in front of a traffic light, and I was thinking back at the night before, and I was thinking, this stuff with Sai Baba and God, I don't know, I don't think it's for me. Those were my exact thoughts. And then I looked in front of me, and on the license plate of the car in front of me, it said GODIS, the number 4 and the letter U. God is for you. So I have a thought, this stuff with Sai Baba and God is not for me. The answer, God is for you. Thank you, Swami. Then came dream number 2. And maybe, Nilesh, if you can show the first slide. Dream number 2 was something that I've never really been able to describe, because it is literally out of this world, what happened in that dream. And when something like that happens, it's not something that can be described in words. I was with him, this was the scene. I remember that picture exactly. I had never seen that picture before, by the way. I saw this recently and noticed, oh my God, that's exactly what I saw in my dream. And I asked him what it's like to be in heaven. And then he stretched out his hand, and as I took hold of his hand, well, I had this out-of-world experience that I've never been able to describe. I've never been able to remember it. And I was actually disappointed that I couldn't remember it, but years later I realized if I would have been able to remember it, what would be, you'd have almost no more desire to live. That's the bliss that I experienced in that moment. And so, through those experiences, I ended up, I moved from Santa Barbara to Los Angeles, ended up joining the Hollywood Sai Center, became active there. And then at some point we went to Prashanti. We made a number of trips. And I'm skipping through a lot because in the interest of time, we don't have much of a choice there. But in one of the trips, we ended up with a number of interviews. And Swami said the day before we had the interview that we would get an interview, so I had the time to create a list with some questions. And then on the day of the interview, we walked in, and I kind of stayed to the back. And I sat down, and Swami pointed straight at me, all the way in the back, and he answered the first question on my list. And the interesting thing about that is that he's answered it in such a way that nobody really knew what the question was. Swami respected my privacy. It was nothing, extraordinary or anything, nothing embarrassing or anything like that, but just it showed me the subtlety of how he handles these things was absolutely remarkable. He answered that question in a very discreet manner. And it showed me his omniscience. He was also very playful. There's a cuckoo's clock in that interview room that went off at some point, and Swami was like, when it went off, he was like, oh. And then he started kind of like dancing with the sound of the cuckoo's clock. He was just so playful. It was remarkable. Then at some point he motioned me to come forward, and I did. I sat right at his feet, and he started making the circular motion with his hand. And then he materialized this ring, the Navaratna ring. He explained to me, he put it on my finger and said, before he put it on my finger, he said, perfect fit. He proceeded to put it on my finger and explained that this is protection from the negative influences of the 9 planets. So I was blown away by that. Later on in the interview, he ended up giving me a robe and said, put under your pillow every night. So I do that. I had a lot of questions, and I, at some point, asked him, Swami, I have so many questions, and he said, ask, very sweetly. And so I wanted to refer back to the dream that I had had many years prior with that scene of being in heaven. And so as I started describing the dream, Swami interrupted me and he said, where's heaven? And I did not know what to answer. Would anybody know here what to say? When God asks you, where's heaven? I had no answer for him. And then as he saw me struggling, he interrupted and he said, heaven is in the heart. Hell is in the head. Very profound. That's right. He also asked me in the interview room, he looked at me and he said, do you want marriage? And my response was, whatever you will, whatever is your will, Swami. And then he kind of just turned around and proceeded to speak to some other people, and then he turned back at me and he pointed at me very firmly and very strong. He said, no, but do you want marriage? And I was like, oh, I have to go deeper. And I felt, well, Swami, I think it would be a good thing at some point. And so Swami made it so that a couple of years later, I met this wonderful lady at the Hollywood Center. We got married. Swami, we were married in Prashanti. We got married in the Shiva temple where Swami was born. Very blissful. We have 2 kids. And it's a little bit of a follow-up. I know I need to keep it short, so I'll start wrapping it up. But so we got married, have kids, and then 20 years later, just recently, we celebrated our 20th wedding anniversary in the British Virgin Islands. And right after our wedding anniversary day, I noticed that one of the stones in the ring was missing. And I was devastated. I was so shocked. And it actually had happened once before, a few months prior. And I noticed that we had just changed the tile in the bathroom. Luckily, it was white tile. And I noticed it on the floor in the shower. And since Swami put this ring on my finger, I've never taken it off. It's always been there. So I can't go to the jeweler and hand him the ring and say, please fix it. So I had that stone, and I said, well, I figured if I can put some super glue in it and just pop it back in place, that will probably do the trick. But then, fast forward back to this time when we were in the British Virgin Islands, I noticed that the stone had come out. And this time, I had no idea where it was. You can actually maybe show, I think it's, yeah, that one, thank you. So that stone could have been anywhere on that red line, those 2 red lines there, between LA to Atlanta to Turks and Caicos. That's a pretty big area to cover. We were there also on the beach. I was walking around in the water. I was teaching my kids how to windsurf. And it could have been absolutely everywhere. So I said, well, this is gone. And I was so upset. This is something that Swami materialized, and I lost it. I felt very bad. I said, Swami, what did I do wrong? I'll start learning wood drum and all of that, start making deals with Swami. And then I kept sort of, this gut feeling kept coming and said, check the car. So eventually, after checking a bunch of other areas, I went to the car, I checked the floor mats, there was nothing there. And then I noticed that maybe you can go to the next slide. You can see the steering wheel is on the right side. The ring is on my right hand. And so what happened when I started looking further and further, and if you can go to the next slide, I noticed a little interesting dot right in the cup holder. Can you see it? No, right? So the left cup holder, you can go to the next slide, it's in that circle somewhere. And then go to the next slide. Now it's blown up. And then one further, there it is. So if you remember those red lines, right, on that map, it could have been anywhere. Where did it end up? On the left-hand side. My ring is on the right hand, steering wheel on the right hand. It ended in the cup holder on the left-hand side. I think that was all that. Thank you, Swami. Anyway, I spoke to Ram. I think we're way over time, so I'm just going to leave it here. Swami has, through all these experiences, shown his omnipresence, his omnipotence, and omniscience. I am so grateful and indebted. I know we're going to have an amazing few years coming, and here in Sai Premanilam is going to be a focal point. This has been sort of a dress rehearsal, I think, for what's to come. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for coming from all over the world. And I look forward to seeing you soon again. Om Jai Saram.
Thank you, Brother Martin. Such a wonderful reminder that whether we have a robe from Swami or not, his name is our protection. And last, but definitely not the least, is Saroja Purusinghe Pereira. She and her family are from Sri Lanka and have been serving Swami's divine mission for many, many years. And she's currently the regional service coordinator for Region 8. And if you have experienced her hospitality and enjoyed any of the food over the last 4.5 days, that's Saroja. And if you're wondering if you should come back very soon, we, being here in Region 8, get that hospitality every time we come here. Thank you, and welcome, Saroja.
My humble pranams on the lotus feet of my dearest Baba. Sairam, brothers and sisters, respected elders, getting emotional for giving this opportunity, senior leaders of the SSIO, and all elderly and brothers and sisters, young adults, children. Chair Sairam to all of you. So, I came from family that been Baba's devotees for a long, long time. From my birth, I hear my father singing bhajans, coming to the center, 100 miles away from Colombo every Thursday to be in the part of the Sai bhajans. We grew up in a family. My father was very blessed with a lot of properties and everything. So he had properties that is only for this temple, Subramaniam temple in Katharagama. He has this 10 acres of paddy just for the prasadam on that temple. So from birth, I have seen the service for the needy and service for the people I experienced with my family, especially from my father. We were growing up, we were doing a lot of services, and when I get married and moved to California from Los Angeles, I was my father's baby. He was really, really emotional when I was leaving Sri Lanka. At the airport, he gave me a picture of Swami and said, "This is your divine father. Hold on to his feet. Talk to him, because I'm far away. I cannot reach you. when you need me. He's the only one who can come there for you. Absolutely true. He's in my life, every single step of my life. From what Srinivas uncle was talking about, the place, my children were part of the place. We worked very hard. We practiced, and we went and we performed in front of Swami. And one time, one of the plays that we were doing, and also at the same time, we were blessed to, Region 8 was blessed to do the Christmas decoration at Prashanti. So they were picking the names to who is going to do the decorations in which part of the Prashanti. So the first name picked for Swami's residence, guess who? It was me. So I was so blessed, and I was so thrilled that Swami is giving me to do the decoration in Swami's residence. And one of the things highlighted and touched me was one day we were decorating, one of the students bringing Swami's lunch, and we were all watching everything what is happening inside the house, and that student was taking Swami's plates out, and we went and said, can we have the leftover food, please? With the Swami's finger marks was right there on the plate. So we were blessed to share the Swami's meal, that Swami leftovers. That was our prasadam on that day. And the same trip, we always go Tirupati Balaji temple, me and my husband, everybody knows Anuruddha. So we always get permission from Swami and go to the Tirupati and worship one day there and come. Every time we go there, Swami has blessed us amazingly different ways. One time we were in line, when we came to the front turning that you're washing your feet, somebody from out of nowhere came and pulled Anuruddha's shirt out of the line. So I was like, why is he doing that? I have to follow him. Where is he taking him? So I followed him, and my daughter was 5 years old at that time. He was carrying the baby too. So we were going, and he took Anuruddha to that Randoli that they have the once a year they take out the Swami statue and go out. He took it to that, and he asked us to go 9 times around and ask us to put our head there. And then he stopped the line. You know the Tirupati, the line. He stopped the line, and then where they put all the gundi, the money and jewelry, everything, it was full up to the top from the bottom. He pushed him to the corner, so I was waiting with Anuruddha too. We don't know whoever it is. He asked us to wait. They put the kundi down and asked Anuruddha to seal it from his thumb and stop the line, escorted us inside with the police, darshan to Tirupati Balaji, only 3 of us. What a blessing from Swami. And every year after that, we used to go to Tirupati. Whenever we go to Puttapati, and Swami was blessing us, I said, Swami, it's too crowded. I can't go in there. They're pushing Swami and my children. And somehow somebody comes and stops the line, open the gate, and let us go inside by ourselves. That is our Baba's grace. So all these things happening, when all the plays happening, my daughter was one of the Cinderellas. Before Mahasamadhi, 2010, Christmas, we were there, and Swami was rushing out of, we were sitting down to perform the Christmas program, and Swami was rushing out because there was an accident happened and the family, and Swami was going to the hospital. We were not able to perform the play. But Swami stopped the car right out of the Kulwant hall, he was going out, he stopped the car and put Swami shutter down and called like this. It was an international play they were playing, so there was a Russian girl was sitting right next to my daughter. She stood up to go to Swami, and Swami said like this. And then she called my daughter. She said like this. And I was right behind. I said, Saraya, I think Swami's calling you. So she got up, she went to the car, and Swami blessed her, asked, where are you from, what's your name, touched her head, blessed her, and gave 2 packets of vibhuti to her hand. Until now, she's using those vibhuti. It never goes low. It's still the same. Swami's guiding my children. I'm so blessed to have Swami in our lives. And these hands, what happened was a miracle happened in 2016 after Mahasamadhi. My husband was diagnosed with heart, 3 big 100% blockages. He was having some chest hurting and everything. The doctors diagnosed, angiogram did, and they said he has 100%, 99%, and 98%, 3 blockages, big ones. You have to do the open heart surgery. That was the time it was Akhanda Bhajans, and I was singing for Arcadia Center. 3 o'clock was our bhajan slot, and I called our devotional coordinator. I said, I can't come because my husband cannot drive. It's like 20, 30 minutes away from my home, so it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I didn't want to drive by myself. And I called and said, I won't be able to come and sing. 1 o'clock in the morning, someone pulled my leg and said, bhajans. So I looked at my husband. He was sleeping, and I'm always looking at, because he was like sitting on a bomb with the 3 big blockages in his heart. I want to see whether he's breathing, you know. And I talked to him, and I said, somebody came and pulled my leg and said, bhajans. And he said, I'll come, you drive. So we went. Arcadia Center was sitting down that time. I couldn't sing. I was crying, because Swami has given me that opportunity to come that day for a reason. When I sat down, finished the bhajans, one of my dearest aunties came to me and said, we heard about Anuruddha. Don't worry. My son is also a cardiologist. Please talk to him before you decide to do anything else. But I don't know whether he's going to come tomorrow. Tomorrow he will come. But if he comes, I will introduce you to him. Please talk to him. So I went next day. Sure enough, he was there. This is how my Baba blessing and taking care of his devotees. He was there. He said, Auntie, don't do anything. No open heart surgery. You come with the uncle's CD and meet me at the UCLA. So I went next day. Before even I come back to the freeway, he told me, Auntie, my team can do it, because they're doing the vacuum. There's the doctors who are inventing the system not to do the open heart surgery, that they go and they vacuum the whole blockage. So Anuruddha was one of the persons who did that. Within a week, they performed the surgery, and he came back. The same evening, they asked him to get out of the bed and walk around. Next day, he was released. And that is the day changed our lives. Giving him and my family a second chance to live. And now these hands are for my Swami, to serve him any way we can. In our house, nothing matters. Swami come first. Swami's services come first. Whatever comes, that goes second. Swami always said, I still remember my father said, You hold on to his feet. He will take care of you. Don't worry about anything else. Don't worry. I'm a teacher by profession. 25 years I'm working at the Los Angeles Unified School District. Has changed many of the children that comes with very, very challenging children. I always write their names and put it in Swami's altar. Swami, you need to bless this child. They are all Mexican, Filipino, all different countries, children. They don't know about Swami, but all my school knows about my Swami now. Anything happened in school, any disaster, any tragedy, they'll come to me and said, pray to your Swami, please. And these people don't know Swami. But we are the people that need to take this Swami's message to people who do not know about Swami. Swami has given this opportunity for us, not only the Sai community, out of the Sai community, who doesn't have no idea of Swami. We're not going to tell this is my God or something. The way that you act, the way that you present yourself, they're asking, which God are you believing? And they see in my classroom Swami's pictures there. They see me, I pray to Swami before I start my class. And what children comes and ask, is that your father? I said, yes, that's my divine father. So I just want to take more time, and I want to thank everyone who is here, that this is our house. This is our abode of love that Swami has given. You don't have to go to Prashanti Nilayam. Yes, of course, we have the connection heart to heart. This is our house. So I want to thank Swami to having everybody here, and I'm requesting, maybe asking senior officers, maybe we should have these kind of things maybe at least once a year to bring everybody from all over the world and connect to each other. Swami says, unity in all languages, all races, all religions, that matters. So it doesn't matter where you come from, what religion you are, who you are. When you have that connection to Swami, you see Swami in each and every one. And that connection, I felt this 4-5 days. Everybody who came to have a cup of tea, have a cookie, and I felt Swami in each and every one of you. And I thank Swami for this opportunity to serve all of you and all the volunteers who worked. And I want to share this yesterday, because I didn't get a chance to come and experience the conference. But I was sharing with Arvind yesterday. Swami sent me to the hall for 5 minutes. And that's exact time that Swami was giving the discourse about Sevadars. And he said, I know what you are doing in the kitchen. And I know who are my devotees. You all are experiencing this beautiful conference, but some of you are in the kitchen cutting the vegetables and fruits. But I know them. I know their hearts. And I love them. I'll take care of them. So he sent me that 5 minutes to this hall to listen to that, to hear that. And I took that message to my team who's working in the kitchen. We've all felt his love, and we all started crying. And we started singing the bhajans while we are preparing the food for you all. And in conclusion, I want to add that to everyone, I also, being a Balavika teacher also, for the last year with all these things going on, with a lot of services coming up, so I was not able to do the Balavika teaching for the last year, but past 3-4 years I was teaching at the Glendale SSE. And we are very fortunate. That's what I want to take this message for everyone. We are very, very fortunate to have Swami in our lives. if we can start the day with Swami and realize that we have been picked up by Swami, each and every one is here, has been picked up by Swami and given the opportunity to serve the humanity, and realize the true nature of love. May our loving Lord shine through us so that we live in love and become of His love and light the world with His message. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you, Sister Saroja. Now I know why the food that you set up is so good, because you had Swami's food as your prasadam. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Niranjan Patel will do the concluding remarks and acknowledgments. Thank you.
Swami, may thy inspiration flow through me. Om Sai Ishwaraya Vidmahe Sathya Devaya Dhimahi Tanna Sarva Prachodayat. Dearest Swami, with hearts filled with the deepest love, gratitude, and reverence for you, we thank you for bringing us all together from so many different parts of the world to participate in the unbelievably inspiring, successful, and productive International Sai Conference on Love and Service. It's also fitting that the culmination of this conference is the celebration of Sri Sathya Sai Aradhana Mahotsavam. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, on behalf of the Sai Premanilia Management Committee, I bid you a very hearty Sai Ram. Our Sai Gayatri has a very special significance on this most auspicious day of Aradhana Mahotsavam. Roughly translated, it means, O Supreme Divinity Incarnate, Thou art the ultimate truth. We meditate upon Thee, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Lead us to liberation, O Bhagavan. The Sai Gayatri is a heartfelt plea, an earnest prayer, asking Swami as our Sai Krishna, as our supreme charioteer, to guide us and bless us with moksha or liberation. As you all know, moksha or mohaksha, overcoming attachments, freedom from attachments, can only happen by attaching ourselves to Swami and giving Swami the highest priority in our lives. Please turn your eyes to Swami, specifically Swami's face. After the extraordinarily energizing and pulsating Prana Pratishtha ceremonies on April 1 and April 2, 2023, you are not just seeing an image or a photo of him. Swami himself is here. Let your eyes gaze upon his face for a moment. Observe his steady gaze. He is looking forward, directly at you. It doesn't matter where you are sitting. He is seeing you. feel the blissful warmth of his gentle, serene smile. His expression is rooted in supreme confidence. I should say, rooted in omniscience. Observe the tranquility on his face, the singularity of purpose, his equipoise, and his majestic and distinguished stature. Let's move down to his divine lotus feet. Yes, as many of you noticed, Swami is moving forward. He's actually looking at us, and he's moving towards us. Swami always told us, if we take one step towards him, he will take 100 steps towards us. At Sai Pramanilayam, Swami is no longer just waiting for us to come to him. He is coming to us. He is coming for us. Sai Pramanilayam is one of the rarest places on earth where Swami has decided to reveal himself as always moving forward to his devotees. He has also revealed a younger version of himself, signifying the strength and vigor of his presence here and symbolizing his commitment to us for the future. Sai, our inspiration and our guide, is visibly assuring us that he has come here to take us and liberate us. Let there be no mistake about this. At Sai Pramanilayam, Swami is showering us with his love, and he is himself gliding ever so gracefully towards us and giving himself to us. Can there ever be a more wondrous blessing than this? Swami's mission is to inspire us, uplift us, elevate us, and transform us so that one day we can be one with him. Swami's core purpose for Sai Pramanilayam is to help us achieve the state of Jivan Mukta. Sai Pramanilayam is his instrument, designed by him, owned, managed, and operated by him to serve his mission. Sisters and brothers, Sai Pramanilayam is nothing less than Swami's own Rath Yatra, his divine chariot. He has come to help us climb onto his chariot, join him on a pilgrimage which will lead us directly to him. Let's climb aboard by giving our hearts, heads, and hands to him enthusiastically and without reservation. If we take this one step to him, all the other steps will be taken for us by him. Sai Pramanilayam has been gifted to us, all of us, all devotees all over the world, by Swami. But the gift within the gift is Swami himself. If we all deeply believe that Sai Pramanilayam is ours, Sai Pramanilayam will eventually become an international Sai center, radiating Sai love and Sai light everywhere. The just concluded, overwhelmingly successful International Sai Conference on Love and Service, and your participation in it heralds a most promising beginning towards this goal. And if we all combine our love and enthusiastic energies together, in time to come, Sai Pramanilayam is surely destined to become a place of pilgrimage in its own right. So let's all take the steps needed to climb into Swami's chariot, the chariot we call Sai Pramaniliyam, receive direct personalized guidance from Swami, the same way Sri Arjuna did. It is our sacred duty to help Sai Pramaniliyam, Swami's own Rath Yatra, to fulfill its promise and its potential so that it serves the Sai mission in the finest, most grand, and most glorious manner possible. Sisters and brothers, whenever we sing the Sai Gayatri henceforth, may we picture in our mind's eye Swami as he is here, always reaching out to us at Sai Pramaniliyam. Brothers and sisters, we've just concluded the international conference. Sai Pramaniliyam as a facility is here to serve devotees everywhere. We are doing certain work, certain projects here which are intended to expand and deepen our services to all of you. And as Sister Saroja mentioned, more conferences, more meetings, more gatherings, and this requires further development of Sai Pramaniliyam. A little brief background on how this property was acquired. Actually, the acquisition of Sai Pramaniliyam took over 40 years. More than 50 properties were identified, few of which were shared directly by Dr. Narendranath Reddy with Swami. After 4 long decades, Swami's delays have proved not to be his denials. Escrow was closed on Sai Pramaniliyam on October 20, 2021. This was the most auspicious day of Avatar Declaration Day. Recording was done the next day, 10/21/2021. If you add up those numbers, you get the number 9. You're right. 2 more signs of Swami's approval and grace. The acquisition was funded by 16 big-hearted families. No SSSI funds were used. We have 6.673 acres of land in total, a sanctuary building of 16,610 square feet, 175 parking spaces, and well over 4 acres available for future development on the side and at the back. The highlight of our work over the last 18 months is, of course, this exquisitely beautiful altar. The living presence of Swami in this rare and remarkable revelation, and seated on this intricately carved and majestic throne from India. These exquisite murtis of Lord Ganesh and Bhagwan Sri Shirdi Sai Baba, both meticulously sculpted in India. The attention to detail that has gone into creating this beautiful altar is both incredible and awe-inspiring. We commend our senior and national leadership for a job really well done. Let's give them a big hand. And these marble tiles supplement the altar by adding a soothing, calming, purifying, and healing ambience and aura, making it fit for quiet contemplation, for a meaningful one-on-one dialogue with Swami, as well as having a profound darshan. In order to enhance our ability to serve devotees everywhere better, we're focusing on 4 projects at this time. One will be signs, building signs on the outside of the front, Sai Premanilium and or the abode of divine love, as well as the two mantras, love all, serve all, and help ever, hurt never. We're also working on a state-of-the-art audio-video system, which is going to be a precursor to a media facility. The third project is a 1,000 square foot brand new kitchen next to the ladies' dining area and the current kitchen. And in a mini miracle, Swami has already found a generous donor for us. Of more immediate needs for security purposes, a 6-foot security wall fence combo is being planned in the front of the sanctuary building along Mitchell Avenue. It will have 2 motorized gates, a number plate readers, and a manual gate for the overflow parking. Long-term plans. First project being explored is a 1,000 capacity auditorium in the overflow parking area where, if and when it is constructed and completed, future conferences and meetings will be hosted. Accommodation for devotees. We're exploring accommodation on some of the vacant land at the back, also accommodation for a full-time pujari. Yes, we are searching for a full-time pujari to have Sai Premanilium open every day. A couple of blocks away, there's a 2-acre lot, and it's very possible that about 15 vacant lots will become available for purchase by devotees, people who are interested in constructing their own home and living near Sai Premanilium to imbibe the presence of Swami here. It's also very exciting to note that some devotees have already purchased homes within the 2 to 5 mile radius of Sai Premanilium. Such is the pull of Swami. Brothers and sisters, we hope you have been energized exponentially to give more of yourselves in Sai's mission. And you have experienced the depth of our warmth and love for you, and that you'll take it back with you together with the indelible memories of both the conference and today's celebrations. Thank you so very much for sharing these truly precious days with us. There is no greater happiness or joy than working together to advance Swami's mission with love, unity, and harmony. At this time, I'd like to thank Dr. Reddy, all the SSSI officers, our national officers, Region 8 officers, and also all the super, super hard-working volunteers who have our volunteers have maintained broad smiles from the beginning of the conference all throughout the day today, and those smiles will never disappear. In conclusion, may Swami profusely shower his choicest blessings upon each and every one of you, your families, upon devotees everywhere on this most sacred Aradhana Mahotsavam day. Jai Sai Ram. Sisters and brothers, it's very important always to appreciate the services, the contributions of brothers and sisters amongst us. And today, on this very special day, we'll be honoring 3 of them. First, I would like to request Dr. Mrs. Haima Reddy to please come to the altar. And the person we'll be honoring first is none other than our sister, Saroja Purasingh. Saroja Purasingh has been a Sathya Sai Baba devotee her whole life, recounting moments when her father would sing beautiful bhajans when she was younger and eventually introduced her to Swami as a young adult. Keeping Swami in her heart at every stage of her life, she moved from Sri Lanka to Los Angeles over 3 decades ago. She is married with 3 children, all of whom are actively involved in the Sathya Sai organization. She is currently a teacher in the Los Angeles School District, where she has worked for over 20 years. She is the educational coordinator for the Arcadia Center and service coordinator for Region 8. I would now request Dr. Narendra Reddy to please join us at the altar. The next honoree is a person who we now know was given a second life by Swami. He is none other than Sister Saroja's husband, Anuruddha Pereira. Anuruddha. Anuruddha Pereira has been a Sathya Sai Baba devotee for the greater portion of his life and is an active member of the Sathya Sai Baba organization. Keeping Swami's teachings in his heart at every stage of his life, he moved from Sri Lanka to Los Angeles over 3 decades ago. He is actively involved in the Sathya Sai Baba organization and was previously service coordinator for Region 8. Prior to that, he was the president of the Arcadia Center. And let me mention one other thing. At Sai Premanilium, if there is any repair work, improvement work, any work of any kind, any upgrade of any kind, if Anuruddha has not been involved, that project would never existed. He is... Our third honoree, definitely not the last and not the least, is Jagdish Bhai Patel. He's a licensed civil engineer and has been practicing in this field since 1987. In 2004, he started volunteering as a Swaminarayan devotee and played a key role over several years in the construction of the magnificent and beautiful Swaminarayan Mandir in Chino Hills. In addition, Jagdish Bhai has been overseeing the development of several Swaminarayan temples in Washington and California. He's also been volunteering his professional services to several Hindu temples in Southern California, including Radha Krishna Temple, Sanatana Dharma Temple, and 2 Gayatri Temple. And also, whenever we, as part of the Sai organization, have needed assistance, guidance, evaluation of potential properties and projects, Jagdish Bhai has always been by our side and always helping us. Jagdish Bhai, please join us. Sairam, everyone. Who is not ready for lunch? I think we have overrun on time, but no Aradhana Mahotsavam program can be completed without listening to, participating in the most fantastic and beautiful bhajans that we were treated to earlier. Let's have some more of that. Seema, I'll hand it over to you.
Dearest and most beloved Bhagwan, we, your alumni, offers these songs from our heart to yours. Swami, we thank you for all that you've given us and dedicate our lives to you and your mission. The alumni that sit before you span across different years and different campuses. But these songs have been a constant throughout the years.
కణ కణమున నిండి ఉన్న సదయ హృదయ మధురము శ్యామ సుందర సాయి ఆనంద ప్రదాయి ఆనందాల రాసియోయి నిన్నే పూజించలేని కరములేలనో నిన్నే ధ్యానించలేని దేహమేలనో కనువిందుగా నిన్ను చూడని కన్నులేలనో కనువిందుగా నిన్ను చూడని కన్నులేలనో నిన్నే మరచి నింతలంచని జన్మమేలనో నిన్నే మరచి నింతలంచని జన్మమేలనో నిన్ను పిలువని నిన్ను కలవని జన్మమేల జీవమేల నిన్ను పిలువని నిన్ను కలవని జన్మమేల జీవమేల మధుర మోహన ఘన శ్యామ సుందర సాయి ఆనంద ప్రదాయి ఆనందాల రాసియోయి
सुन लो दिल की पुकार सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो हमको तुमसे प्यार कितना साई तुम ही जानते दिलों की धड़कन तुम हो साई तुम हमारे प्राण हो हमको तुमसे प्यार है we love you dearest Lord we love you
you love you, dearest night, we love you.
Love is my form, truth is my bread, bliss is my food.
Love is my form, truth is my bread, bliss is my food.
Love is my form, truth is my bread, bliss is my food.
Love is my form, truth is my bread, bliss is my food.
My life
साई परखे साई प्रेम साई जय जय
शिरडी बाबा सत्य बाबा प्रेम बाबा जय जय
शिरडी बाबा सत्य बाबा प्रेम बाबा जय जय
Love is my form, truth is my bread, this is my food.
Love is my form, truth is my bread, this is my food.
My life is my message, expansion is my life.
My life is my message, expansion is my life.
Reason for love, no season for love, no birth, no death.
Reason for love, no season for love, no birth, no death.
Ma Satya Ananda, Karna Shanti Ananda.
Prema Satya Ananda, Dharma Shanti Ananda.
Shirdi Sai Satya Sai Prema Sai Jai Jai.
Shirdi Sai Satya Sai Prema Sai Jai Jai.
Shirdi Baba Satya Baba Prema Baba Jai Jai.
Shirdi Baba Satya Baba Prema Baba Jai Jai.
Love is my form, truth is my bread, this is my food.
Om Tat Sat Shri
Narayana Tu
Purushottama Guru Tu Siddha Buddha Tu Skanda Vinayaka Savita Pavaka Tu Savita Pavaka Tu Brahma Mazda Tu Yama Shakti Tu Keshu Pita Prabhu Tu Rudra Vishnu Tu Rama Krishna Tu Rahim Tao Tu Rahim Tao Tu Vasudeva Tu Vishwarupa Tu Chidananda Hari Tu Bhakti Priya Tu Akala Nirbhaya Atmalinga Shiva Tu Atmalinga Shiva Tu Atmalinga Shiva Tu
Om Jai Jagadish Hari Swami Satya Sai Hari Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka Bhakti Maheshwara Om Jai Jagadish Hari Shashi Vadana Shikara Sarva Pranapati Swami Sarva Pranapati Ashita Kalvana Dalika Ashita Kalvana Dalika Ahadava Om Jai Jagadish Hari Mata Pita Guru Daivam Variyantayu Nive Swami Variyantayu Nive Nada Brahma Jagannatha Nada Brahma Jagannatha Nanendra Shayana Om Jai Jagadish Hari Nararupa Ojasvino Sai Mahadeva Satya Sai Mahadeva Mangala Arati Andiko Mangala Arati Andiko Mangala Giridhari Om Jai Jagadish Hari Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana 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 Om Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadguru Deva Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana 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 Om Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadguru Deva
शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
जय बोलो
भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबा जी की जय।
परमं पवित्रं
विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थविशार्थ मोक्षप्रदानं बाबा विभूतिं इदमाश्रयामि।
Sacred, holy and supreme is Baba's vibhuti, pouring forth in brilliant stream, display of vibhuti. So auspicious is its might, it grants liberation. Baba's vibhuti, its power protects me. Paramam pavitram
बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं
परमार्थविशार्थ मोक्षप्रदानं बाबा विभूतिं इदमाश्रयामि।
ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः प्राणापानसमायुक्तः पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति